the Explore Stars app and the ASCOM app on the serial port. We're kind of doing some smarts within the application, within the firmware, to infer what's going on. And ASCOM always has the primary is a primary controller, but when it's not doing anything, it allows Explore Stars to do whatever it needs to do. And we have to infer what's going on with Explore Stars based on the communication that's going on within the firmware itself. So that's something that we spent several months ironing out and getting that fairly reliable.
Yeah, no, it really shows, and I'm excited to share later on in the Global Slot Party. I have a couple of new pictures I've taken with, I kind of dove into the deep end because I have a long focal length, a Schmidt-Cassegrain, right? And so kind of just by accident, because of the supply chain, I ended up getting the Schmidt-Cassegrain first, and instead of the short tube refractor. And so I've been forced to do everything in long focal length. But I can tell you that the Exos 2 plus PMCA coupled with ASI Air, I'm having some really happy results. So I'm going to share some of that. It's not awesome, but it's I can tell you that I'm very pleased with what it can do, and what it can grow to as well.
It's a little, people struggle with it if they're used to other mounts, because it's not like any other mount controller. It's really different.
It kind of forces you to kind of go step by step, and I think, it's not. You could probably package it as a plug and play. Like I said, if you have the ASI Air and kind of integrate it and you set it up for somebody, you could do it as a plug and play. But you'd have to buy an imaging, you'd have to have guide scope, you'd have to do a lot of stuff. But it forces you, if you educate yourself and you go through the steps, boy, it's wonderful. And then you really understand all the pieces it takes, and it performs, when you understand all those things. And it gives you all the capability that you need.
Right.
It's a great for somebody who wants to go down the path of really learning, and then not just like a one-shot deal, continue to
Well, it's definitely kind of old school in that regard, where it's at the same level of any complex equipment that you buy, that you really got to understand it to get the best performance out of it. I would say that.
Yeah.
Just because you spend more money on something doesn't mean it's going to be easy to operate. And people that buy high-end mounts understand that completely. So this is kind of like a high-end mount in that regard, is you really need to understand the functionality and all the things. It's so flexible. It's really great, but it's kind of a pain in the butt for us too, because there's so many different ways to set it up and to use it. It gets to be hard sometimes to understand, and talking to customers to make sure they can describe exactly what's going on, so you can understand the configuration they're trying to do, and to see where the problem might be that they're running into. So you really have to have a good dialogue with the customer, going back and forth and helping them understand how it works, and then also helping them explain to you what's going on.
Yeah, I would say a fantastic intermediate level. If you definitely, if you already know the basics of, like in my case, I was mainly purely a visual, and you're ready to go into astrophotography. This is a great way to, because as soon as you decide to go into astroimaging, you're right away, the bar is being raised, and this gives you that full capability, and even advanced people can appreciate that it performs very well. So if you know what you're doing, so it's a great entry for mid level, I'd say, and growing. Yeah, so I love it. Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
Oh, I love this quote, by the way. the T.S. Eliot quote. That is awesome. I mean, David and I were just talking with Scott earlier about the circular nature and of the universe, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's really cool, and the exploration, and kind of come back to where you started. There was one point in an earlier Global Star Party where David Eicher was talking about the size of the universe or something, and we were talking about and I was thinking, hey, what about this Mobius strip concept, where basically if you keep on going in one direction, you end up where you started, and if you look back in time, like that's what we're doing, right? When we look up in space and we look past cosmic microwave background and what the James Webb telescope is going to ultimately reveal, you are actually folding space as you look back in time. Because if we believe that the universe is smaller, the Big Bang concept, then when you look in any direction, you are actually looking so far back in time that you are almost looking at the same point. So it kind of folds in on itself. I'm excited to see how we can actually do some measurements on this.
Right.
It's going to be really cool.
Hello, Carroll.
Hello, David. How are you doing? Sorry I'm running so late tonight.
In the
It
back
looks
of
like
the car,
Betty.
yes.
It's got Betty.
Yeah,
All right. Hey, Carol.
I'll be in trouble and she will be as well. So we better get that changed here.
Using her login. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
Carol, thanks so
seeing you.
much for coming to Sunday's meeting.
Sure.
Really appreciated that.
Of course.
And I know that Carroll's got a tight schedule, so he's going to go on first. So a little switch up so we can accommodate Carroll tonight.
Really appreciate that.
That's fine with me.
I've got a schedule tonight, and then I've got to leave for Baton Rouge early in the morning. So we're off our usual, but that's okay.
You get around. He was just down here in Northwest Arkansas at the Sugar Creek Astronomical Society meeting. So it was nice to see him in person,
Yes, it was. I hadn't seen Scott in probably a year and a half. I don't know how long. It's been a long time.
Oh, at least.
Yeah.
At least. I think maybe, it might have been before then.
It could be. I'll tell you, this time just sort of goes together. It's hard to remember.
Right.
I got to start up the observatory.
You're going to show some live pics again, Jerry?
Yeah.
All right. You got some good weather. That's nice to hear.
Yeah, I think
Always
so.
love that.
I think it's been great. This has been a great late fall, early winter period
Excellent.
in terms of weather. Unfortunately, that terrible stuff that happened in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Hey, Gary.
Unfortunate.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Gary.
Hello, Gary.
Hi. How is everyone?
Hey, Gary.
Hi,
Good
Gary.
to see you. Doing well. How are things up in the UK?
Cloudy, wet.
Don't worry, I know.
Cloudy and wet.
In Seattle, don't worry, we have the same weather.
Yeah. I think it seems to be a global phenomenon at the moment.
Except Jerry was saying that they have been having great weather in the south.
Yeah, in Virginia, it's been awesome this past month or so. It's been a lot of clear nights, and really, it's been cold some days, and then like this past week, it's been in the 50s during the day and down near freezing at night. But it's been awesome.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Liftoff of the mighty Delta IV Heavy rocket.
In August 2018 in Cape Canaveral, Florida, NASA launched Parker Solar Probe to touch the sun. After spending a few years spiraling closer to our star, the spacecraft has finally arrived.
It's amazing. Parker Solar Probe is touching the sun. And
This is Noor Rawafi, the project scientist of the mission. He has been waiting for this moment since the beginning of his career.
this is a dream come true. One of the major goals for the Parker Solar Probe mission is to fly through the solar corona, and we are doing that now.
So what does it mean to touch the sun? To answer that, we need to look at the sun's structure. Unlike Earth, the sun doesn't have a solid surface. It's a giant ball of hot plasma that's held together by its own gravity. Solar material flows out from the surface, but around the sun, it's bound by the sun's gravity and magnetic field. This material forms the sun's atmosphere, the corona. Eventually, some of this hot and fast solar material escapes the pull of the sun and gushes out into space as solar wind. The boundary that marks the edge of the sun's atmosphere is known as the Alfvén critical surface. We didn't know exactly where this boundary was, but for the first time in history, a spacecraft has crossed it. Parker Solar Probe ventured into the corona, touching solar material still bound to the sun. The wispy corona is too faint to see most of the time, but it's revealed during total solar eclipses. For centuries, we've been studying the sun's atmosphere during eclipses because it's important for understanding how our star influences life in the solar system. But much about the corona remains a mystery.
Two of the most challenging scientific mysteries in astrophysics occur in a region that we call solar corona.
The first mystery is about the temperature. The corona is about 300 times hotter than the photosphere, the visible surface of the sun below. Secondly, there's a constant stream of particles flowing from the sun known as the solar wind. It accelerates up to millions of miles per hour out of the corona, and we don't know how. Solar wind can disrupt our satellites and technology. To better protect them, we need to go where the solar wind starts, in the corona. So heading there has been a key goal of NASA's for a while. We first proposed the idea of sending a spacecraft to the sun in 1958. We didn't have the technology to withstand the journey until the 2000s. Since its launch in 2018, Parker has been heading towards our star. Then, in April 2021, during Parker's 8th orbit around the sun, the spacecraft was around 20 solar radii, or 8 million miles from the sun's surface, when it crossed into the corona.
This is a huge milestone. It took us over 6 decades to come to this point.
As Parker entered the corona, its whisper instrument took these images. Streams of plasma surrounded the spacecraft, and Parker's other instruments detected that the magnetic conditions had changed. Outside the corona, solar wind gushes out, pushing solar material away at high speeds so that it can't return back to the sun's surface. Inside the corona, the sun's magnetic field becomes much stronger. Solar material is slower and tethered to the sun. Instead of a smooth divide, Parker found that the boundary between these two sides is wrinkly. These bumpy ridges are created from huge flows of plasma traveling out of the corona. Scientists are not sure why this happens, but as Parker gets closer, we're finding more clues. Before entering the corona, Parker had seen kinks in the solar wind where it would momentarily double back on itself. Scientists called these features in the solar wind switchbacks, but no one knew how or where they formed. In 2021, the spacecraft finally tracked switchbacks to one of their origins. As Parker got even closer to the sun, it detected bursts of switchbacks. Scientists traced these bursts all the way to the visible surface of the sun. Here we see distinct cells. As heat rises beneath, these convection cells churn and create funnels of magnetic energy above the surface. Scientists found that switchbacks form inside these funnels before rising into the corona and beyond. This is only one piece of the switchbacks puzzle though. Exactly how they form is still unknown. Over the next few years, Parker will keep looking for clues as it explores our sun, the only star we can study up close. The sun is also the only star known to support life. So understanding it is critical as we search for life beyond our solar system.
That will link directly into the question, are we alone in this universe? And that is one of the biggest questions for humanity to answer.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from the Explore Alliance and from Explore Scientific, and this is the 76th Global Star Party with the theme of the human desire to explore. We have an all-star lineup of astronomers from around the world, and we're real excited to get going. We're going to change up a little bit this time. Normally, we have David Levy open each one of these programs. He is still here with us, but we're going to go ahead and introduce the president of the Astronomical League, Carroll Iorg, to get started. Carroll?
Thank you, Scott. Great to be here. I can't believe it's been 76 global star parties. That is just incredible. And I believe David's been here for all of them except one, maybe. What a record. Okay, let me share my screen and we will get started with the questions.
It looks like you're in a car, Carroll.
Yes, I am.
You're
I'm a little different mode than
You're on the road. Well, it was great because I saw Carroll just this last weekend at the Sugar Creek Astronomical Society meeting and really enjoyed your talk, Carroll, about the Astronomical
I
League.
appreciate that. And Scott and I, our two talks kind of dovetailed into each other as far as looking for meaning in the universe and what we can get from out there being under the stars. So it was
Right.
incredible.
That's right.
We start out all of our talks with some warnings about if a door prize you would win would be an eyepiece or something like that, that you would be looking through a telescope, then we want to make sure that you have the correct protection from the sun. Then the answers from the last GSP, that is the one from November 30th, 2021. The first question was, in 1610, Galileo discovered 36 stars in this cluster. Sometimes it is called the Manger cluster. What is another name for the cluster? The answer is the Beehive cluster, M44. Second one, and some of you may even recognize that car. It's been a while. What star in the fifth is the fifth brightest star visible from Earth? The answer is Vega in Lyra. And there was actually a car by that name many moons ago. The third question from that former GSP, the Pistol star is invisible through optical telescopes. If it were placed in the center of the solar system, it would cover the Earth with flames. True or false? The answer is true. And we had lots of correct answers from that one. Don Nab, Cameron Gillis, Israel Monteroso, Michael Overacre, Andrew Corkill, Rich Carland, Josh Kovac, Norm Hughes, Rich Eubank, Billy Beckett, Albert Lamperti, and Brian Engel. So we had a lot of answers to that, and many of the people who are on this broadcast or have been on the broadcast. And thanks to Scott and Explore Scientific, the winner of this $300 Explore Scientific gift card is Rich Crayland. Congratulations, Rich.
Congratulations.
And the winners for the month of November, after we took all the submissions from the star parties during the month of November, were Andrew Corkle, familiar name, Cameron Gillis, and Josh Kovac, both also familiar names on this broadcast. Now we get to tonight's questions and send those answers to secretary@astroleague.org. The first question, which constellation contains the stars Castor and Pollux? Which constellation contains the stars Castor and Pollux. Number 2, which astronaut is famous for having written his daughter's initials on the moon? Which astronaut is famous for having written his daughter's initials on the moon? Now, I'm not sure whether those initials are still visible on the moon or not, but at least he gets credit for doing it. Again, send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. And finally, which star is the Alpha Ursa Minoris? Which star is the Alpha Ursa Minoris? And send those to secretary@astroleague.org. I'd like to mention now that the next Astronomical League Live will be scheduled for January 21st, 2022. That's a Friday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll have more information as far as speakers and the subject of that talk at that time. So thank you so much. And now back to Scott.
All right. Excellent. Well, I have to add something here, Carroll. You have become quite the Zoom operator.
Sometimes I hit on all of them.
When we first started doing this to now, you're on the fly, you're mobile, you're in your car, you're going to another event. And
I'll be
sharing your
honest in
screen.
saying I have made every possible mistake anyone can make on Zoom. So I feel
me
a little
too.
more confident.
Me too.
Thank you so
but
much.
You could teach Zoom use at this point. So that's very cool. Carroll, thank you so much, and safe travel to where you're heading.
Much. Yep. We'll talk to you later. Thanks.
All right. Take care. Take care. Okay. So up next is a dear friend and someone that is continues to push the envelope when you think of educational outreach in astronomy, and that is Dr. David Levy. David has pushed on all frontiers, I think, as far as educational outreach and building awareness in astronomy and sharing the passion of exploration with the world. He's done that through his many discoveries, his books, his lectures, his friendships with people, his constant encouragement of moving organizations to do more of that. And David's going to talk about that a little bit in his segment. But, I'm not only proud to be David's friend, but proud of what he does, for our entire community. So, David, I'm turning it over to you, man.
Thank you, Scotty. And it's very good to be here tonight. And I don't mind at all following our president of the Astronomical League tonight. And especially glad that he knows how to pronounce the brightest star in the constellation of Lyra. And it really is not pronounced Vega as it was in Contact, but it's pronounced Vega. The car is pronounced Vega, but the star is Vega. But actually, you can pronounce it any way you like. Scott asked me today to talk a little bit more about the Junior Astronomical League subgroup that we are trying to get started. And we're really trying very hard to get more young people involved. And I know we have a lot of young people tonight on the Global Star Party, and I would like to especially give them an invitation to come to the next Junior Astronomical League meeting, which is going to be early in January, right at the turn of the new year. I think it's the first Sunday in January. And if you're interested, please get in touch with Scott Roberts, and he will send you the link when the link is available to us. And I wanted, the reason we're doing this is it's very personal with me, because I feel, and I know that the president of the Denver Astronomical Society, who will probably be at one of these meetings in the future, also feels that if we do not do this, there may not be an astronomical league. There may not be a Denver Astronomical Society in a couple of generations. As we get older, we come to club meetings and we notice the dearth of young people that are at these meetings. And there seem to be fewer and fewer. I know that in our club in Tucson, where I live, there's almost no young people right now. And I'm trying so hard to get the young people, to get these young people more and more active. And it even comes from the poetical quotation that some of you are waiting for. And I wanted to thank Scott for dreaming up T.S. Eliot's quotation about exploration. It really got me to thinking. We shall not cease from exploration. And the end of all of our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. Through the unknown, remembered gate, when the last of earth left to discover is that which was the beginning, at the source of the longest river, the voice of the hidden waterfall, and the children in the apple tree, not known, because not looked for, but heard, half heard, in the stillness between two waves of the sea. Quick now, here now, always, a condition of complete simplicity, costing not less than everything. And all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well, when the tongues of flame are enfolded into the crowned knot of fire, and the fire and the rose are one. And this is from T.S. Eliot's Four Quartets, among the most beautiful poems in all of literature. This last one about the children and the apple tree brings us back to the first of the four quartets. For Norton, the detail of the pattern is movement, as in the figure of the 10 stairs. Desire itself is movement, not in itself desirable. Love is itself unmoving, only the cause and end of movement, timeless and undesiring, except in the aspect of time, caught in the form of limitation between unbeing and being, sudden in a shaft of sunlight, even while the dust moves. There rises the hidden laughter of children in the foliage, hidden laughter of children in the foliage. Quick now, here, now, always, ridiculous the waste, sad time, stretching before and after. There's a lot we can learn from these children, and I think one of the big values that I get out of working with children is what I learned from them. At the last meeting, for example, one of the young children actually posted a note during the session saying that there are 40, approximately in the universe, 40 supernovae every second in one galaxy or another. I never knew that. And this is so exciting to be able to learn that, but even more exciting to learn that from a child. And this is what we're trying to do. We're meeting generally every second Sunday. If you're interested in participating, if you're a child between, say, 10 and 17, or if you are an adult like me who thinks he's a child, you're welcome to come. But we're having no problems getting adults coming to this. We're trying to get more children involved. I don't see this as being very structured. I see this instead as being a chance to let the kids spread their wings and do what they want to do, even if they just want to chat by themselves, among themselves. I think that's great to do that. Before I hand it back to Scott, a number of you were asking me if I'd ever written a poem by myself. And at first I said no, but I lied because I have written 2 poems, and I'd like to share one of them with you right now. It is an elegy that I wrote for my father-in-law. I wrote it on the airplane on my way to his funeral. Dad was in a coma at the time, he was still alive, and I remember trying to hold back tears on the airplane as I wrote this. I also know that Dad was a real lover of Robert Service, who wrote the famous poem, The Cremation of Sam McGee. So this poem is going to be in the rhyme scheme that Service used. To cherished Dad, I was so glad to join your family. Your love of life and of your wife were wondrous things to see. Your sense of fun made everyone smile when they heard you say the little joke that was the stroke that we needed to hear that day. You'd always fight to do what's right, no matter what came due. But you didn't boast about the host of times this worked for you. Your sage advice was always nice for family and friends to hear. Most of all, you stood 10 feet tall in the hearts of your most dear. Dad and Mom, it must be fun to remember your children 4, Joni and Gail, and Wendy of Vale, and Sandy made one more. Your pride never hid in what they did, but one thing you never knew was that each one seems in hopes and dreams to follow after you. We sadly watched the terrible cost the years were to your health. We shared your hell each time you fell and did what we could to help. You lost your sight, but not your fight. When we asked, "Are you in pain?" you put on a smile that stretched a mile, and you said, "I can't complain." My dad you knew from years ago, when Wendy and I were small. When Daddy died in '85, I took quite a fall. But 12 years passed, and then at last you offered me once more a chance to shout, "Hi, Dad," no doubt. That feeling made me sore. I miss you, Dad. I wish you had more time to spend down here. Wherever you go, I want you to know I feel you are still so near. The trips we took would fill a book, but what was second to none was the pleasure I felt that life has dealt me the honor to be your son.
Oh,
And on that,
that's
I'm going
great.
to give it back to you, Scott. Thanks.
that's wonderful. That's wonderful. That's I got like a little knot in my throat about that. So thank you very much, David. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, I saw a mention here from Marvin Huddleston, who's watching on Facebook. He wanted to point out that John Wagner from the City Lights Astronomical Society for students, a project called CLASS, which I think is from the American Astronomical Association, had passed away. And this program, of course, was for children. And a quote from him is, he said, "Opening children's eyes to the wonders of the night sky is one of the objects of our star parties." And so thank you. Thank you for pointing that out about John Wagner, and the world's better off for all the work he's done, and it'll live on in kids that were inspired by him. So thank you so much. We will move on to, we had Karim Jaffer up, but it looks like that he's not quite here with us yet. And we do have Gary Palmer. So Gary, we're going to go up to where you are up in Wales and check in with you. Thanks for coming on to Global Star Party.
Hi, Scott. How are you? Hope everybody is well.
All good. It's all good.
Cool. It's been pretty quiet over here. Busy on courses and other things, but and working on different projects. But in weather terms, it's been very, very quiet. So we've been struggling a little bit with capturing anything really over the last month. It's just been an hour here and half an hour there, and then a week or two of rain. So there's not been masses going on. But I have been playing around with some images of Comet Leonard, which a lot of people have been running after over the last couple of weeks. And I think now's around the point that it's going to switch. Might have already done so. I haven't checked. Yeah, but it's going to be visible in the evening sky rather than in the early sky.
I think that started today.
Yeah. Neil wasn't far away. So I thought what we would do is, instead of running through, because lots of people go into different pieces of software and stack the comet. Yeah, they have trailing stars, or they They stack the stars and the comet, and then subtract the comet, and then add the stars back in. And while that's all okay, most people actually just struggle to get the comet. That's the first thing. So what I thought was, if you actually got one, a little bit of a talk about timing, because timing is a key thing with comets. Yeah, and working out their rough speed is always a good thing, because if you work out your rough speed on them, then you can have a good crack at working out what your exposure time should be. If you're not that good on the maths, which I fully understand, most people aren't, and there's always lots of conflicting information on comets. So when you go into apps, they have different brightness and different magnitudes for them and different speeds and things. But a good start off point is normally somewhere around 60 to 90 seconds on a comet. If you can get the comet at 60 to 90 seconds, then there's a good chance that you're going to get the nucleus of the comet round and you're going to get the stars round. Yes, if you capture lots of images, so if we captured, I don't know, 30, 60-second images, you're going to get trail in the comet. But if you're after a single shot or a few single shots to put together, 60 to 90 seconds is a good area. And what I would say is play around with the ISO and the gain, because the ISO and the gain will vary depending on the speed of the optics. So if you're running on a camera lens, maybe something like that, and it's quite fast, f2, f3, somewhere around there, then a lower gain is probably going to benefit you, yeah, because you've always got this balance of noise. The higher the gain, the higher the ISO, the higher the noise in the image. And that's what's always going to be a problem. Just on a side subject, and we'll just see whether somebody can answer in the comments today. It's a famous astronomer's birthday today. And I wonder whether, one, anybody could name him, and two, name his pet. So while I'm switching over, we'll see whether anybody comes up with that. Let me just share the screen over. We should be seeing the comet screen now, hopefully.
Yes.
Good. Right, we're going to run back a little bit because even I didn't know what this was going to come out like. So I just thought I would have a quick run through while the intro was coming on and everything else. So this is a single 60-second shot of the comet taken on SCA. Yeah, it was the SCA 260, and it had a wide field 2400 full frame camera on. So as we can see, the stars are pretty round. The the comet nucleus is pretty round. If we actually look at an integrated image, the problem with integrating sometimes is you can remove the stars, but this comet is quite diffused. So while they're turning around and saying that it's running down to Mag 4 or something like that, it is quite hard to see visibly. You'll see it easily through a set of binoculars. But the problem is when you run comets like this through some of the software, you can end up with the nucleus turning into really a light bulb. So it ends up really bloated out at the bottom here. And that causes all sorts of problems. So sometimes it's nicer to run with just a single image, 2 or 3 images maybe together. If we actually look at the stars on this, I've got to check these because I was playing around a little bit here. That's a mono one, don't worry about that, it's up here. Smooth these around a bit. So the star image, you can see how much it's moved. So this was over the course of an hour, and it shows you the movement in the comet. So this then starts to work out quite complicated to take it all out, remove all the stars, and if you remove the stars, you end up with a lot of streaking in the background, and that's really hard to tame back down again. To give you some idea of what it does, that was an image that we took. That was an hour that was processed on the actual comet head and on the stars itself. So you can do this, but what I was finding was some of the free software, Deep Sky Stacker, it is quite good at comets in general, but when they're diffused, it does have an issue, and it creates this light bulb effect when you start subtracting the two. So I thought in this, we would just have a quick look at a single 60-second frame, see what we can do with it and what we could come up with. So all I've done on this is applied a dynamic background extraction so far. That's got us to this point. And then we make a little preview box and we run a background utilization. And the reason for that is just where it's a single shot, it's going to be a bit of an issue on the background. It's always noise that is the sort of key thing. Once we've done the background utilization, then we've put a mask on, inverted the mask. But what we did do was stretch the mask first. Because this is still linear, we can't use a mask that's linear. It needs to be non-linear or stretched. So we stretched the mask first. That's added on and inverted. And then we've run through a bit of noise reduction. And normally I use the multi-scale linear transform on that. And that will flatten down the background on it, make it nice and sensible so we can start work on it. Once we've done that, we can move on. Mask comes off. And I do something a little bit different here on these single images. Just going to close the mask off. See what's going on. Single shot images and not a lot going on in it, which is really just a comet, are quite hard to color calibrate sometimes. And one of the easiest ways in this is to use the stars. And we can use the stars by making a preview and at what we call an aggregated preview. So we make preview boxes all over the image. And then what we do is go into the scripts, go to the utilities, and you'll see the preview aggregator there. Once you run this, we've already done that. It's going to come up with this here, which when we look at it, doesn't really mean a lot, but we're going to use it. And we're actually using that as a reference for the white point. And then what we do is go into the color calibration. So we select that aggregated preview for the white balance and then hover over the image. As we hover over it, you'll see the RGB values come up down here. And you want to come in somewhere close around what they are. An average across the image on this was somewhere around the 15 to 16. So I've put that in there. 0.01 down the bottom, and we're going to use preview 1 as the background reference. Then we just apply it to the image. So if I move the image forwards, we've already done that. And there we go. So you'll notice the green started to come away now. It's a little bit more neutral in the background. Next thing we need to do is to stretch the image to convert it now. So you can stretch this manually, or you can run the mask stretch on it. If you're going to run mask stretch, which is probably quite good with some of the comets because it keeps the nucleus down a little bit, it stops it overexposing. So if you're going to run that, make a little preview box on the background, try not to get too many stars in it. A lot of people forget these preview boxes don't need to be large when you're running background. If you're doing it for other processes, you can zoom right into this and get a small area. It can be as tiny as anything, as long as it's got the actual background in there. Apply that to the image, then the image will stretch. We're just going to reset the screen transfer function. And that's really where I sort of got to on this so far when we were in the intro and so on. So just going to close a couple of these things down that we don't need, clean the desktop up a bit, and just sort of see where we get to with it. So next thing will probably be starting to look at stretching the image out a little bit more, just make it a bit brighter. So can run the live preview up with a curves transformation and just drop it down and give it a little bit of an S curve, see whether we can boost the comet up a little bit. Okay. And then what we wanted to do is add some color in the stars. Now, you could, if you had like an hour or so, be really smart here. And that image here, if you run some of these processes on this, just to clean it up a little bit, you could rob the stars out of this image and drop them into the other one because they're from the same camera. There's no reason why you can't do that. And I would probably do this with that, just for the simple fact that the stars are going to have more definition and more color in them. But for the purposes of this single image, all we need to do is really add some saturation into the image. So if we make another mono mask, And then what we're going to do with this is, so that we don't add color to the background, just going to select that mask, reset the histogram. Then we're going to darken it. So normally just run the left-hand slider halfway into the histogram. And then we're going to apply that to the name bar. Okay, now we can go back to the curves transformation, hit the X and reset it, and then hit the saturation button. Notice the edges go purple. Can bring up the live preview, and then we can bring some color into the stars and into the comet itself. Now, you might have to be a bit more gentle with this than what you would normally do with another image that's got multiple images stacked together. Okay, probably go one more with that, just to get a little bit more in there. Can always brighten it a little bit and play around. Okay, and maybe go to the histogram, reset the histogram and select the main image. And then just give it a little bit of a brighten up so that we're not. Just check that image, sorry. Needs to do. What I did do was take the mask off from the colouring. That's why it wasn't brightening. Okay, do it again. Now, if you're quite wide field like this, there's no reason why you can't crop in on this image. Yeah, it's not a lot of stars. There's not a lot of other objects going on in the background there. So you could do something like a dynamic crop. Most of these processes you can run on single images of other targets. So we could come in something like this. That's just going to make the comet stand out more. It's each person's preference really on what they decide to do. And you can play around with this as much as you want. You can sort of start messing around and seeing if you can draw more out on the tail. You could remove the stars out of this once you've got a little bit of color in them. It's really down to you. But one of the good points of doing single shots on this is you can actually see what's going on more with the nucleus than multiple shots, because it will generally just overexpose all of the time. So there are quite a few things that you can do. As I said, different software varies. There's some new stuff come into, let me just stop sharing that. There's some new stuff coming into AstroPixel processor, but they've not enabled to allow you to add the stars back in easy. So it's good at removing the stars at the moment and leaving you with a comet with no stars, but it's quite awkward, yeah, on getting the stars back in the image. So we might run something on that over the next couple of star parties or whatever, and do a little bit on actually integrating everything together. But it is fairly straightforward. And comets are good fun. Yeah, they're good fun to work the speed out on, and they're good fun to really chase. I always like chasing them anyway.
And they're beautiful.
Yeah.
So, Gary, you mentioned a little bit about classes that you've been giving, and you've been busy with that. But how do maybe you can, for people who are not aware of your classes and stuff, how do they get in touch with you? How do they sign up to learn more about astrophotography and image processing?
They can do them two ways, because we actually run it through Astro courses here in the UK. That goes out to most of the world, and we literally do run them. I've had courses in Israel, Hong Kong, all over the world in different places. You can also sign up for them on the Explore Scientific website.
Yes,
yeah, we're
that's
in
true.
partnership on there. And they don't just cover the actual processing side. I do lots and lots of stuff with equipment. So I work with equipment really 24 hours a day in one way or another, whether it's coming up with new pieces of equipment that have come out, working on stuff in the background for different manufacturers. or different setups. We've got one of the setups here that's going out abroad, so we're just starting to rig that up over the next month, and then that will be going off abroad to an observatory. So the knowledge on the equipment and the setup and working with different people's equipment is quite extensive on my side. So it isn't just about signing up for astrophotography. If you're struggling in getting the equipment together, or even deciding on the equipment, we have quite a few people that come here and just spend a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours, running through different equipment, what they want to image, what they're looking at, capturing over the course of time, and then really where to put their money. Yeah, right. Where's the best place to start spending the money, where you would spend a little bit more money, and what equipment's going to give them the best choice for their budget. But we run those online. We are doing some more, going to start doing some more group ones over the next couple of months. That's something we're working on at the moment. So they will cover the basics, getting into astrophotography and all of those sorts of things. At the moment, we run them on time basis. So people can sign up for an hour, or they can sign up and they can run through 2 or 3 hours, which some people do.
Sure.
So yeah,
it's great to have someone like you that really has mastered much of the puzzle of putting together a system, and it is versatile, as you are too, and looking at all kinds of different gear and combinations of gear and stuff. That is something, gosh, there's not many people on the planet that can do, has spent that kind of time that Gary Palmer has. So, you can save yourself a ton of money by getting it right the first time. So you might think about, if you're getting serious about doing astrophotography, is take a class with Gary, just to kind of run through it for an hour or so, and then come back when you are at the point where you're really to put your foot on the pedal and to really accelerate your expertise. So Gary, thank you so much. Thanks for coming on. And okay, so up next is Nathan Hellner-Mestelman. And Nathan's been on our program a couple of times. He is a young astronomer with an incredible sense of humor. And he's a delight to have on Global Star Party. And I think that, Nathan, you had you want to talk a little bit about the program that you're going to have me show?
Sure. And just by the way, did you get the link to it?
I downloaded the video.
Okay, perfect. Would you like to share it, or should I do it?
You want to talk a little bit about it first?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So for those of you who don't know, Powers of 10 is a extremely popular video just showing the scale of things in the universe. And it basically works that it starts at the 1 meter scale. And then there's different squares. As the video plays, the view zooms out. And every few seconds, the view becomes 10 times as wide. And it goes all the way out to the edge of the observable universe, scaling everything in it, just explaining how huge everything is. And then it zooms all the way back to the meter scale, and then dives into the microscopic world, still decreasing by powers of 10. And that whole video is just an amazing sense of scale in the universe. And then there's this guy who does the webcomic XKCD, and they had this joke on it. It was basically powers of 1, where the view increases by powers of 1. And I was really inspired by that comic. So I decided to make a script for a video about powers of 1, which actually takes the same terms from the script of powers of 10, and then took some video from powers of 10 and music from powers of 10, and just put together this parody video called Powers of 1. And so with that, I hope you enjoy it.
All right. So if you're watching from the Eames Institute, this is a parody. So, but we're all inspired by Powers of 10. Here we go.
The picnic near the lakeshore in Chicago was the start of a lazy afternoon early one October. We begin with a scene 1 meter wide, which we view from 1 meter away. Now, every few seconds, we will increase our field of view by 1 power of 1. Every few moments, our field of view becomes 1 time wider and is viewed from 1 time further away. This square is 1 meter wide, 1 to the first power, the human scale. In a few moments, our field of view will become 1 time as wide as this, and we will recede by a factor of 1. This square is 1 meter wide, 1 to the second power, the distance a person walks in 1 second. The picnic is beginning to show. 1 to the third power, 1 meter, the distance an Olympic runner can run in 1/10 of a second. The entire picnic is now entirely in view. Now we reach the 1 meter mark, 1 to the fourth power, the distance a racing car travels in 10 milliseconds. In a moment, the next square will be 1 time as wide as this. 1 to the fifth power. At this scale, the entire picnic is clearly visible as a whole, as we continue increasing our view by factors of 1. Soon we will reach the next scale, 1 meter. 1 to the sixth power, a 1 with no zeros, the distance a supersonic airplane travels in 1 millisecond. Even as the picnic recedes by factors of 1, it remains precisely at the center of every viewpoint. 1 to the seventh power. At this scale, the entire picnic can be seen. The distance an orbiting satellite covers in 1/10 of a millisecond. This square is 1 meter wide, 1 to the eighth power, and in a few seconds it will be an entire meter. Now, only here in the journey does the entire picnic show as a whole. This square is 1 to the ninth power meters wide. Even the grass around the picnic is clearly visible at this vantage point. Soon we will hit 1 to the 10th power, a 1 with 0 zeros. 1 to the 10th power, a line extends at the true speed of light. Only at these scales can we truly comprehend its speed. In just over 1 second, it reaches Earth's moon. 1 to the 11th power. At these vast scales, we were able to see the planet the picnic is held on, as we can see all around the picnic. Soon we will pass the outer limits of the grass in the image. Now we pass the outer grasses, swinging wide in the wind. We now have reached 1 to the 12th power. This number is immense, 1 multiplied by itself 12 times. We can now see the entire image of the picnic with the grass, blanket, and people experienced as a whole. It is only at these immense scales that this picnic can truly be comprehended. 1 to the 14th power, 1 with no zeros. At this scale, even the outer grass begins to incorporate itself into the center image. We are approaching the outer limits of our journey. And 1 to the 15th power. Here we stop our journey and pause. This square is immensely large, 1 to the 15th meters wide. This is as far as our journey can take us. The trip back to the human scale, 1 to the first power meters wide, will be an accelerated version, as we reduce our speed much more rapidly. 1 to the 13th power, 12th, 11th. Soon the view will begin to become more familiar. 1 to the 9th power, 8th, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are back where we started. The picnic is precisely located at the center of our viewpoint, and it has been even out to the furthest vantage point. We now begin to reduce our view every few seconds, focusing in on the man's hand. 1 to the -1. This square is 1 meter wide, the distance a tortoise can move in 10 seconds. We now begin to concentrate our view in the center of the image. 1 to the -2 meters, the distance an ant can travel in 20 seconds. It is at this point that our focus begins to fade on the picture and begins centering in on the hand. 1 to the -3 meters, 1 meter, the distance a snail travels in 1,000 seconds. 1 to the -4 meters. At this scale, the picnic is now seen in a new way. The world of the microscopic is only 6 powers of 10 away. 1 to the -5 meters. This is the distance an amoeba can move in approximately 100 hours. 1 to the -6 meters. As we reduce our view even further, we enter the realm of the meter. This square is only 1 to the -6 meters wide. This square is 1 time smaller than the last one. This square's diameter in meters is now 0 zeros and then a 1. 1 to the -8 meters, 10 billion angstroms. It is at this point that we finish our journey. We have seen the universe on the grandest proportions on both scales, the largest and the smallest. But powers of 1 can only take one so far into the depths of the cosmos. Some believe a new realm exists just beyond this. All we have to do is look outward, inward, and with advancing technology, soon we will find out.
I think we got a
Great.
nice reaction here. So
Yeah,
it
that
was
was
very
great.
nice. Very nice. Nathan, you have, I love the way you see the world. Okay. Let me just say that. All right. How did you run across this idea again?
Oh, it was originally an XKCD cartoon.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm a huge fan of XKCD and that webcomic. So I came across that and then decided, maybe I could actually make a video about it like Powers of 10.
Right.
But there's some interesting physics, Nathan, on a serious note. The one is a special number in that case, right? Anything slightly less than one or slightly greater than, as soon as you do the powers, it changes.
Mhm.
So this is kind of the universal constant about the universe, whether you expand or contract. But you also point in your parody that this is a theme of this global star party, where you end up where you started.
Mhm.
So it's a very fascinating. Yes, I love it. It's a great mental exercise. This is great. Well done, Nathan.
Thank you.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thanks very much, Nathan, for coming on to Global Star Party again. And we look forward to having you on anytime, so.
Yeah, thanks for having me again.
Oh, it's wonderful. Thank you so much, man. Nathan, also, I wanted to mention that we are really pushing on the Astronomical League junior programs. And we know that you are, being a young astronomer, you may consider becoming like an advisor or something to the young people that are trying to form a subgroup within the Astronomical League that is really just for young people. So, and if you're interested in that, just send me an email and I'll make sure you get a link to the next session. So, up next is Navin Senthil Kumar, and Navin has been on Global Star Party before with his presentations, and so I'm going to switch this over to you, Navin. Thanks for coming on again.
All right, thanks for the opportunity again. So let me just share my screen. All right. So I'm going to be talking about Tycho Brahe, and also it's kind of a coincidence, but today is also his birthday.
Hooray!
Introduction. He was a famous Danish astronomer. He had contributed a lot to astronomical technology, and he was the last astronomer to use technology other than the telescope. And he also was the first one to make he also believed in favor of the heliocentric model of the universe. Early life, he was born on December 14th, 1541 in a house in it's called Knutstorp Manor in Scania, Denmark, in a Danish territory called Scania. Now it's part of modern day Sweden today. He was born to a rich family full of noblemen, and then he received a good education, and he had enough money to fund himself and continue his career into astronomy. He was a young astronomer, and he firstly started into law, and then later on the 1571 solar eclipse, he got fascinated. Since then, he started to work in astronomy. And as an astronomer, he worked to combine the geometrical benefits of the Copernican heliocentrism with the philosophical benefits of the ancient Ptolemaic system into his own model, which would be known as the Tychonic system. In 1573, he made a book called De Nova Stella, or in English, it's known as The New Star. Here, he didn't really agree with Aristotelian belief. He thought that he also founded the supernova, and it was called it also indicated new star, Stellae Novae, also known as supernova. In part of that 1572 SN 1572 lacked the parallax expected in sublunar phenomena, and were therefore not tailless comets in atmosphere, believed there were an atmosphere beyond the Hubbell moon. And this is kind of on December 29th, 1566, when he was studying the universe at the age when he was in college, at the age of 20, he was fighting in a sword duel against his cousin, Parsberg, and from that he lost his nose. The reason why was they both were arguing over a math equation, and that leveled up to become a sword duel. And sadly, Tycho lost a good chunk of his nose.
Wow.
So then, the good news is he got like a nose that's like a fake nose that was made of brass that he wax glued to the spot that his original nose would have been. But he didn't get offended from it. He still continued his heroic work. In his later years, the Danish king Friedrich II loved Tycho's work. So Friedrich II, he granted Tycho his own island called Ven, and he made this magnificent grand castle, and he also named it Uraniborg after the goddess of the sky Urania. He also built an observatory with state-of-the-art equipment, and for over 20 years he lived on that island, and he continued all of his work. That's where he spent most of his life on, and he did most of his heroic work there. And then his observations, he cataloged over 1,000 stars. He proved that comets were not just components of Earth's atmosphere, but actual objects traveling through space. He also showed irregularities in the moon's orbit, and he discovered a new star in Cassiopeia. He also invented a new instrument called the Tychonian quadrant, which were copied and led to the invention of the observational equipment. And then later on in 1600, he met Johannes Kepler, who was a German astronomer, and who was also pretty famous. In 1600, he also went to Prague because he got fired. He got because the Danish king didn't really support him. Later on, so then he went to Prague, and then he went as an imperial astronomer to the Holy Roman Emperor. And then later on there, he met imperial mathematician Johannes Kepler. In last year's, he
Navin, you've kind of frozen there. Let's see if you come back.
Yeah, so far is a very informative presentation. Hopefully
yes.
the internet comes
That's
back.
right. Yeah, I learned some stuff from this presentation, that's for sure.
Yeah, let me grab him from the other room.
What's that?
Let me grab him. Yeah.
There we go. We did lose him, unfortunately. He may come back on, but it was It was an excellent presentation overall.
Scott be back here.
Is he back? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I'm the president.
There we go. All right, let's there we go. Centil, did you want to you kind of the program got frozen there. Do you want to kind of wrap up?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you give these presentations at your school or with your friends at all, Centil?
No.
Not yet. Huh.
We
would be
thought you had an excellent presentation going.
Yes.
We were, of course, I'm in my kitchen. I'll be in my other room later. Yeah, especially the history that you were sharing. Very informative. Anything in particular that you take away from having studied it?
Not
Yeah,
really.
I'm curious about that myself, Centil. What do you think about this guy? He fights. He's brilliant, obviously, you know, and then he gets into a sword fight over a math equation and loses part of his nose.
He gets over a duel, sadly, but he still continued his work.
You did mention something also that that he really wasn't embarrassed by that, or something to that effect.
His island got destroyed, sadly.
Oh, how did that happen?
The Danish king that Frederick II sadly passed away, so he asked his 19-year-old son to take over, and he lost support from the king, so he eventually moved to Prague, where he met the Holy Roman Emperor and Kepler later on.
Yeah. Yes.
But the thing he wasn't sad about is that his island got destroyed, sadly. His observatory, his castle, everything he spent so much money on. It's in his instruments. They were all pieces of expensive equipment, but the Danish king just didn't even care, so he just destroyed everything.
Jeez.
That's all.
That's too bad. That is too bad. Well, we still remember him today, and yes, today is his birthday. So, you know, it's great to have a global star party to mention that, and I'm really happy that you brought you made your presentation about Tycho. Or I think it's.
I'm sorry, Scott. That kind of reminds me of the terrible stuff that's happened this past week in Kentucky, and we've got in contact with James. Was it James Ball that contacted us
James
about
Ball,
his home?
yes. His home was right in the path of an F4 tornado that swept through Kentucky. He was in another smaller town outside of Mayfield, but nevertheless lost virtually everything. And so we've reached out to him. He had some Explore Scientific equipment and was an Explore Alliance member. And so we've reached out to him to, you know, help him replace the stuff that he can still find. So
that's great. So if Tycho Brahe was alive today, he maybe get some new equipment.
Except he made his own equipment, you know. If he worked for Explore Scientific, maybe it'd be a little bit different. But anyhow, that's
might use
on a serious note. It is absolutely terrible what happened over this last weekend, and we got, you know, I got lots and lots of text messages and emails and stuff like that, you know, hoping that we were all okay over here at Explore Scientific. But we're in the west part of the state, up in the northwest corner, in kind of what I think of as the hills of the Ozarks, but they're the Ozark Mountains. And the tornadoes, although they do form around here, they don't really gather much strength. And so not like out in the flatlands out there. So anyhow, but again, Centel, thank you very much for having Navin come onto the program. And I want to recommend Navin to check out the Astronomical League's junior division that's being formed as we speak. So if you guys would like a link to that, get in touch with me and I'll share that link for the next meeting. I think Navin would be an incredible asset to the group. So.
All right, sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yep.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break so the people stretch their legs and get a cup of coffee, and we will come back with Jerry Hubbell from the Mark Slade Remote Observatory.
I was going to say, whenever we look up at the moon and see the Tycho crater, we can think about that presentation now.
Well, you stole a little bit of my thunder, because that's what I'm going to be showing is the moon tonight, and we'll take a close look at Tycho or Tycho. I think it's really
Tycho,
pronounced
is it?
Tycho Brahe. That's what
Yeah.
Scott reminded me of the other day. He told me that.
No, it's not Tycho and it's not Tycho.
Oh, really?
I think the Danish, I was in Europe at the Photokina event in Germany, and the Danish distributor of telescopes up there said it's pronounced Chugo.
Oh, yeah, right. That's right.
Chugo? Who is Chugo?
Yeah, Chugo, right.
At least that's what I remember it, so, but it's interesting when you go around the world and you hear, if you go to, Arabia and you hear Arabians correctly pronounce Arabian names of stars, it's very different from how we express it. So, but it's all cool. Norm says, get your comment on the big screen. People start typing random stuff.
Betelgeuse and not Beetlejuice.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard it pronounced Beetlejuice and Betelgeuse and all kinds of different ways.
Beetle guys. And, yeah.
It's funny when you just read material, you have your own personal pronunciation for all these different objects and things, and then you start talking to people and and I guess that's what he said, Beetlejuice or whatever it is, it's funny how your pronunciation differs between what the real pronunciation is.
Right. I find for outreach, though, if they relate to it in some way, it helps. So if I have to say Beetlejuice to get some attention and draw some attention to the star, they'll of course think about Michael Keaton, but then it eventually does bring public attention to the star itself. So you win some, you lose some. The huge problem is Uranus. The pronunciation of that particular ice giant that's been kicked on its side has lots of different pronunciations that capture the public imagination and also make it tougher to. I've read something where the pronunciation may make it tougher for certain scientific projects to get funding. People giggle too much when they say we'd like to send a probe to Uranus. And then the probe gets sent to Neptune instead. So,
speaking
we're
of
still
outreach,
working on it.
Speaking of outreach too, that's always a sticky point when you're giving talks to kids in classrooms, and there's always that one smart aleck that says, "Hey, have you ever seen Uranus?" And they all laugh and giggle and stuff, and that's how I pronounced it when I was a kid, and I guess now it could be either way.
Yeah, I make a conscious effort to say Uranus. Always, I just have to think about it before I say it.
What about
Uranus? Uranus is like urine. I mean, it's like it's an unfortunate name. Is what it is.
I like the way our Argentinian friends pronounce it, Uranus.
Huh.
Oh yeah, that's a little more noble.
That's
sounding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, its ultimate noble form was when it was just named George.
Yeah.
It was just named after King George, so it was
George,
Planet
right.
George.
Didn't he?
We go back to
He had
that.
he had a star named after him too. Wasn't one of the stars in the Alcor-Mizar system named after him as well? They thought maybe it was a new star, and it was the one that's right near Alcor. Sinus, I think they call it. I can't remember the name of it, but they tried to honor him with that star that's right near Alcor and Mizar. It's the little one that's like forms a little triangle telescopically, but it didn't stick, unfortunately, either. So poor George.
Yeah, I don't remember, but that's it is an interesting bit of star naming.
Yeah.
And of course, we have the rackets going on where you can purchase. Now, some of you that have done this, it may have very sentimental meaning, but you can purchase a star and name it after a loved one. The IAU has come out and said you do not need to purchase, any stars naming rights. But for instance, there's someone who did this for his late wife, and I told him to send me the name of the star. I would see if I could put it in an image and identify it. There was a young girl who was having a birthday. We weren't able to come and do any outreach or bring a telescope, but her name was Tara, and I pointed out the star Tarzan and sent the picture with the star and said, this star is named roughly after your daughter, and they seem to really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can say over the past 10 years or so, maybe longer, I've had maybe half a dozen requests from people that I've come across who have had stars either given to them as presents in memory of a family member that passed away, or they're requesting me to find that star that they're going to give somebody. So I've had a number of times where I've actually imaged these stars and been able to successfully locate which one was on their certificate, and sent them a picture actually of that particular region of the sky. And unfortunately, most of the time, those stars are very much like every other star in the image. They're usually pretty faint, and they don't really stand out in terms of brightness or anything. But it was still very cool to them to see what their star that they purchased looked like, and they have a picture of it now. And so we've done that a number of times over the years, and it's kind of gives you a good feeling that you're helping somebody maybe get closure or feel a little better about someone they've lost. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
One of the major goals for the Parker Solar Probe mission is to fly through the solar corona. And we are doing that now. Parker Solar Probe is touching the sun.
Hmm.
Flying through the solar corona, that is the magnetic field dominated region of the solar atmosphere, will allow us to understand why the solar corona is over 300 times hotter than the solar surface, and how this flow of charged particles that we call the solar wind is accelerated to 100,000 miles per hour. Scientifically, this is a huge milestone. We are learning about our star and how it works. And we know that the sun is always changing. It's a magnetized and active star. And flying so close to it will tell us exactly how it works. For humanity, it is a humongous stride. Flying through the atmosphere of the star is potentially the ultimate challenge that we can do here on our lives. And Parker Solar Probe is just doing that. It is just amazing. the switchbacks are reversal in the magnetic field. The magnetic field will flip over itself in and out in a matter of seconds and minutes. What is important about them is that they will tell us about the origins of the solar wind and how it came about. This is only the beginning for Parker Solar Probe flying through the solar corona. From now on, every time the Parker Solar Probe flies close to the sun, it will fly through the solar corona. And it's just amazing that to observe that a spacecraft is flying through a structure that we can see through during solar eclipses. And it's just fascinating. One thing we are looking forward to is when Parker Solar Probe flies through one of these huge CMEs very close to the sun and tell us how these solar energetic particles are accelerated to almost the speed of light.
Can't hear you, Scott.
Hold on. It works now. I pressed the unmute button and I thought we were back. Anyhow, we hope you enjoyed your 10-minute break there. Where we're heading to right now is in Virginia, where the Mark Slade Remote Observatory is. And we have two people from Mark Slade Remote Observatory. We've got Jerry Hubbell, who's also Vice President of Engineering for Explore Scientific, and then Myron, and forgive me if I mispronounce your last name, but I think it's Wasiuta.
Pretty close, yeah. It's
pretty
Wasiuta.
close, okay. All right, and so I'll let Jerry introduce you more, Myron, but Jerry, why don't you go ahead and get started?
Sure, Scott. Thanks. I appreciate the opportunity. So I'll do a quick introduction. Myron Wasiuta, I met him probably about 6-7 years ago, I believe. And he's been a long time amateur astronomer, and actually he's almost like a professional astronomer because he's taught astronomy at college level, and he's an ophthalmologist, is that right? Or an
optometrist.
Optometrist. So,
Yep.
But he's a doctor, so I respect him and in terms of the amount of effort it takes to become a doctor of optometry, and he's an expert on optics. And you go a long way back working on astronomical optics and things like that. Isn't that correct, Myron?
Yeah, I started building telescopes in high school, and one of my first telescopes was a little 3.5-inch reflector that I used to observe various things in the sky, some of the Messier objects. And the mirror was actually professional, of course. I didn't grind the mirror, but basically everything else, that telescope I put together. And I founded a little astronomy club in my middle school, and we would have science meetings once a month, and we actually even had a star party once. So yeah, it goes way back. I love building telescopes, and I love restoring old telescopes, and it's been a passion of mine. I was actually honored to participate in Stellafane and actually placed fourth in one of the telescope competitions there for a 16-inch Dob that I put together. And so yeah, it's optometry was my natural course of study after astronomy. It was a way of kind of continuing my love of optics. So thank you, Jerry, for that great introduction.
Sure. Thank you. So Myron's going to be talking. I'll let him talk about what he's going to be talking about, but I'm gonna do a quick. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't want to spoil it.
He doesn't want to take my thunder.
I don't want to take your thunder away.
That's right.
And because you do great work at the Mark Slade Remote Observatory, and maybe when you come on just for a minute or so, talk about the background of the Mark Slade Remote Observatory when you come on, Myron.
Sure.
I'm going to share my screen and show you a live image of the lunar surface. You see that?
Yep, I see it.
Cool. So, and you can see this is a full frame view of the moon. Actually, this is through our. I kind of not. I don't know what Gary's. I know Gary does some excellent work, high resolution lunar, but I'm using a Astrocam with a low focal ratio telescope to do somewhat high resolution imaging, which is possible, which is kind of cool. So I like being able to use a typical astro camera, which is not a video camera, to do high resolution, somewhat high resolution images of the moon. But this is a full frame image. I don't want to say a full frame. It's a cropped image of the moon because our field of view on this camera is 0.9 by 1.3 degrees. So it's about 4 full moons. But I want to just show you, so our seeing tonight is really, really quite good compared to a lot of evenings. So let me scroll over so we can see some detail. But you get an idea here, and then I'll show you a processed image based that I did a year ago, which is basically the same phase that we are on tonight. I actually imaged last year, and so there's the famous crater. How'd you pronounce it, Scott? Chuko?
Chuko.
Yeah, right there. So can you see that?
Putting that in my vocabulary.
Yeah, so let me zoom up even further. So look at how good the seeing is.
Yeah, it's steady.
I mean, it's really steady. These are 0.8 millisecond exposures. And you can see that it's kind of slow because it's not a video camera, it's a still camera. It's an Astrocam. So, but you can see how nice and steady the atmosphere is.
Gary, you are among some of the people that I know that know the moon very, very well. What is your feeling like when you're observing the moon? Is it similar to, like, I don't know, like surveying the Grand Canyon or something? I mean,
well, well,
how does that affect
a
you?
big part of it is it's a good feeling. It's like people get familiar with constellations and with individual objects in the sky. They observe them over and over again, and they like going back to them. That's kind of the way I feel about the moon when I see certain features show up.
Sure.
During the lunar month, they the shadows change. And you get to see different aspects of the same object, and it's like old friends that you come visit, and see every month,
Jerry,
but
the other thing I was going to add in there, even though it's the moon and it's facing the same face towards the earth at all times, because of that changing shadows and the differences in the angles from libration, it's very unusual to get exactly the same view twice. So it's almost like you can look at the same region of the moon, for years and years in your life, and you still can discover potentially new aspects of that area just by looking at it under a slightly different angle of illumination.
Right, exactly. So, and the way I learned, I got an excellent program that I've demonstrated before on this program. It's called the Virtual Moon Atlas. And right now, this is the area that we're looking at right now around this area. So if you look at this, this is another pronunciation. This is crater Heinzel right here. Do you see where I'm pointing at? That's this crater right here. And then Chuko is right there. People know it as Tycho. But you get an idea. There it is right there, and then you can see it right here with this aspect. Actually, and then when I zoom up, actually it brings in some other images. So let me see if I can get over the crater and zoom up on Chuko. And then you can really see how that's an awesome image of that crater. So happy birthday, Chuko.
Yes.
Now, let me show you. So what I do is I take these images, these slow, it takes 20 minutes to get a couple thousand images to stack. And then I've got an example of the one I did last year. So, and then I'll zoom up on this. So this is showing what real resolution you can get if you process the image. Let me go to this area. And I think it's just a little bit over processed. It's kind of harsh in some aspects, but you can really see some good detail.
Looks great on my screen.
And then I like the other crater I want to go to. Let me show you a live picture of it. Oops, that's not it. That's my Maxim. Where's back to this is Sharp Cap. I want to actually zoom out. Let me just scroll up. The crater Copernicus. Okay, there's another nice image of the crater Copernicus that's live. This is a live image. And you can see the little central peaks. Even with this live image, you can see the central peaks of Copernicus. And I'm going to zoom out on the chart. And we'll go up and look at Copernicus. And you can see in this drawing here, well, you can see it right here. Very much the same. So I wanted to go to my image from last year and zoom up and scroll up and look at the crater Copernicus. Now this is taken with the same camera, same scope, but you can see the similar details that's in that image that you can see on my image. And it's pretty cool. And in this image that I took, you can see craters down to around 5 kilometers or so, 4 kilometers sometimes. It depends on where you're looking at on the moon. But you can see features down below that. You can see these little hills and things. But I wanted to just share that a little bit, especially with Chuko's birthday today, looking at the moon's crater Chuko. So I'm going to turn it over to Myron now. So let me stop my share. I don't know if there's any questions out there about that, but.
Well, let's see. Norm Hughes says the moon still fascinates me today every time I look at it. Beatrice says great live footage of the moon, Jerry. That's it, so they love it.
Great.
Great. Okay.
One more thing about the moon, Jerry. I will never look at the moon the same again after watching the August 17th, 2017 solar eclipse from South Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
To me, I fell in love with the moon all over again that day because it produced a beautiful spectacle. That solar eclipse was amazing. So I don't care if the moon gets bright and washes out the stars or deep sky objects, for a few days or a week out of the month. That's a small price to pay for having such an amazing object in our sky, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm Myron Wasiuta, and it's a pleasure to be here joining you all tonight. And I'd like to just talk a little bit about the Mark Slade Remote Observatory and show you some live views of the sky in the small chance that we actually catch a Geminid tonight. As you know, it's close to the peak of the Geminid meteor shower.
So Myron, let me interrupt you. I'm
Yes.
using station 1. So there's multiple stations at the Mark Slade Remote Observatory.
That's right.
Which station are you using tonight?
So I was just going to give a quick tour about the different stations real quick here. I'm going to be the sky cameras on station 2. So we're not going to be actually using the telescope on station 2. We're just going to access the sky camera on that station. That's the only station that has a sky camera. The other stations have webcams, but they're internally mounted in the observatory enclosure, so they don't really get much view of the sky. Basically, the Mark Slade Remote Observatory is an internet-based remote observing facility that we make available to amateur astronomers from around the world. We have 4 stations currently. Each of them has a telescope that's dedicated for sort of a pseudo-specific purpose. As you've been seeing these moon images from Jerry, he's been using the telescope on our station 1, which was the original station. He's got a beautiful 165 millimeter apochromatic Explorer Scientific refractor in there on the G11 mount. with a 163C color camera. That's what he was using to show you those amazing images. Station 2 is our main science station, and it has a 10-inch Ritchie Cretion f7.9 telescope on a CGE Pro mount and a QHY174 monochrome camera with a full complement filter wheel with UV VRI filters and a spectroscopy filter, the star analyzer. So we use that one for a lot of our photometry, our spectroscopy, and high resolution imaging of deep sky objects. Its field of view is pretty narrow. It's only about 12 arc minutes by 14 arc minutes, something like that. So it's a fairly narrow chunk of sky, but the optics are very good, and we have really a lot of times can get deep sky images that are seeing limited for our location, which is typically 2.5, 3 arc seconds, something like that. The telescope doesn't use, as the one in Station 1, we don't need to auto guide because we use drive correctors that are called the Telescope Drive Master. It's a encoder which provides corrections in the right ascension errors so that our telescopes, if they're accurately pole aligned, can give really nice tracking so that our stars are, again, below the seeing of our location. Station 2 has the sky camera on it. We use the sky camera. I'm going to pull that up here. I'm going to share my screen. Might as well go ahead and do that while I'm at it here. This is the view currently live from the Station 2 sky camera. And it is a QHY 290C. It's uncooled. It's just a little tiny webcam type thing, you know, that you can use for planetary. And it aims up, and it has a field of view of almost like, you know, 140, 150 degrees, something like that. So it gives you a wide swath of the sky. You can actually see an aircraft trail. The sensitivity is pretty good, but it's not the kind that you would see, like, you know, if you're watching live streams of the Geminids a couple of nights ago, when you could actually see the meteors moving on the screen as if you're standing there on the mountaintops. The sensitivity is such we typically, this exposure here, these are 30-second exposures. So you can kind of you can see it sort of pseudo live, but it's not exactly live. So when you see meteors show up on here, you know, they've already occurred 30 seconds ago or so. But the main purpose of this camera is to really provide the observers at the observatory access to sky conditions, so they can look and see what the sky looks like. You know, so if they're on the telescope, Station 2 or Station 1, 3 or 4, whatever station they're on, they can actually log into this camera and they can see the sky. So if they're imaging and all of a sudden their stars go away, they want to know why, they can look at the camera and see if the sky's clouding up or not. So that's mainly its real purpose, is just to monitor the sky for our remote observers. It's a really nice camera. I've put it in a little junction box, you know, those electrical junction boxes that are gray that you can buy at Home Depot or Lowe's that run wires splicing into, that you put in your walls when you're putting the plugs in. I did one of those, and it's got an opening in it that's just the right size to slide down the camera in. So then I put a little piece of plexiglass above that, and that's my enclosure for this camera. So the camera sits in there packed in styrofoam to keep it steady. So a lot of questions I get is, well, why doesn't it fog up at night? Why doesn't dew get on? The thing is aiming straight up in the sky. And even on the dewiest of nights, on the frosty of nights, this image stays clear. Well, the reason is that camera puts out enough heat that it keeps the enclosure warm. So you don't need to actively warm the plexiglass window. It stays warm enough that it keeps dew off. So it's a really good low cost design, and it works really well. So we were using it the other night to watch the Geminids, and I recorded about 22 to 24 Geminids on it. And the reason it wasn't more than that, the Geminids was a great shower. I mean, it was producing, I was out there visually watching it, 1 meteor every minute or so, and it was really nice. But the camera, because it's not super sensitive, only picks up the brightest ones, because these things move pretty quick across the sky. So, you know, the exposure, even though it's 30 seconds long, you're not integrating that long when the meteor is moving so fast. So you really only capture the brightest of the bright ones. And nonetheless, you still see a lot of meteors on our Sky Patrol images. So the Geminids are a relatively new shower. Believe it or not, the Geminids have not been around for a very long time. They have been around since about 1833 is when they were discovered, the same year that there was a peak of the Leonids, when there was a Leonid storm. about a month later, they discovered from the Mississippi River on a riverboat a series of bright meteors coming from the constellation Gemini. And it turns out that the parent body that creates the Geminids, which is actually an asteroid, it's not a comet, which is kind of cool. They think that this object, 3200 Phaethon, I think it's called, Phaethon, 3200 Phaethon, it has about a 1.4 year orbit. It's an asteroid, actually, on a highly elliptical comet-like orbit. And they think maybe it bumped into another object and a bunch of debris got spread out in its orbit. And that orbit, that debris stream its orbit has been modified by Jupiter's gravity, and it slowly moved that stream to cross the Earth's orbit in about 1833. And that's when we started seeing the shower. And it's been getting, relatively speaking, better and better as the decades go by. So it's now one of the best showers of the year. I think we all agree it's a really nice shower. And so it's definitely worth watching. And that object that created it, being an asteroid, is a kind of a different class of objects that cause meteor showers. Most meteor showers are caused by, of course, comets. So it's an asteroid in a comet-like elliptical orbit. In fact, when it's at its closest point to the sun, it's only 0.15 astronomical units from the solar surface. So it comes really, really close to the sun's surface. So that's really kind of cool to think about. And at its farthest point, when it's at aphelion, it's out beyond the orbit of Mars into the asteroid belt almost. So talk about extremes. Can you imagine what a year would be like on that object, from the solar furnace to the depths of the asteroid belt, all within a year or so. Be a pretty cool ride, I think. So speaking of comets, I'm going to share my screen to a different view now. I'm going to close out this camera and see if I can pull up just some images. Let me close that out of, let's see here. I think I might have done something wrong here. Let me go back to here and let's try. Yeah,
looks like you shared your whole desktop.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay, because I got these pictures. These are the pictures I want to share. So speaking of comets, I just wanted to end my presentation quickly with sharing some pictures I took of Comet Leonard recently. And this is an image that was taken on December morning of December 5th.
We can't see the image because I think it's still on your desktop.
Oh.
On the other on the Station 2 desktop.
Oh, let's see. I need
so
to.
You have to unshare and then select the window again, probably.
Oh, okay. Let me do that. Let me unshare. Okay, so we go to your screen share is paused. Oh, okay. I need to, for some reason, I messed something up. Let me go to new share, and let's try it this way here. How we doing?
Yep.
I got it.
Go. Yep.
Okay, great. So.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, so this was taken with our Station 3 telescope, which is a 102 millimeter f7 Explore Scientific carbon fiber refractor on a CGE mount that we modified using the PMC8 system that Jerry works with Explore Scientific. So it's a great telescope. It's a great station. It's got a color camera, as you can see, attached to it. And we use this for training, for pretty pictures. People can get on there and just take pretty astrophotos. And so this is one of my better shots of Comet Leonard I took back on December 5th. And it's a stack of, looks like a stack of 45 1-minute exposures. And I was guiding on the stars. So there's a little bit of comet trailing going on there. Okay. So that's basically it. If anybody has any questions, I would be very happy to answer. Oh, one more thing. Station 4 is brand new. We just are now putting it online. It's an even smaller station. Station 3 is in a box that's about 3 feet. About 4 feet by 4 feet by 4 feet. So think of a box 4 feet on a side. That's about the size of our Station 4 telescope. Our Station 3 telescope, which is the one that took this picture here. Our Station 2 telescope, the 10-inch RC, is in an enclosure that looks a lot like an outhouse that rolls on tracks, and we push it away from the telescope to expose the sky, and then we push it back over the telescope when we're done. Station 4, on the other hand, is our smallest station. It's only 36 inches by 36 inches and has a roll-off roof. And it has a 80 millimeter Explore Scientific APO refractor in it on the IXO's 100 mount, which is a fantastic little mount. And I'm getting beautiful images with that.
I have that one.
It's wonderful. I mean, I love the fact that the PMC-8 system is integrated in the telescope. And believe it or not, it's a small telescope mount that can do it. It can carry a nice payload. It's tracking. I'm getting 15 to 20 seconds unguided round stars. Most of my images are good at the focal length of the telescope, which is 480 millimeters. So it's really doing very well. But we're going to use it for guiding. We're going to use it as a science station. It'll have a full filter wheel with spectroscopy capability. And I would very much enjoy coming on again at some point and actually giving you guys a tour of all of our different stations with the telescopes at some point. So
We would love that
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's great. Well, we have, I did find and I don't know if this is exactly how Tycho or Tico or Chugo is pronounced, but this is from Google Translate. So if you type in the word Tycho, okay, and translate it to Danish, because he was a Danish astronomer, this is what it sounds like. So I'm going to play this for you.
Tycho. Tycho. Tycho.
And if you do his last name,
Tycho Brahe.
Wow, I would have never guessed.
Very different.
Gotten it wrong the whole time. It's Tycho Brahe. Tycho Brahe.
But I looked on Google and they said it sounds like Tycho Brahe. So I don't know. The jury's still out. So there you go.
I'll go with JUCO.
You like JUCO? Yeah.
Same thing as we call junior colleges, JUCO. That's how I'm remembering. I guess it's more TUCO, or it could be TICO.
Right. Right.
It's
Tikal, bro.
Tikal. Yeah.
Tikal.
Okay.
Anyways, I wouldn't get in an argument with the guy because he might, take a slice out of your nose or something. So be careful. Anyhow, this is the Global Star Party. And so now we're going to go around the globe to Nepal. And Deepti Gautam is our next speaker here. Deepti, how are you? It's great to have you back on Global Star Party.
Hello, Scott, and hello, everyone. It's been long. Okay. Hello, everyone, and hello, Scott. It's been long. I have been not joining the Global Star Party because by various kind of reasons. At first, I was in the vacation out of my town, and after that, I have continued my examinations in my school, and so that I have taken a long gap from the Star Party, and I was really curious to join, but I think Scott Robert has sent me one link for the Astronomy League, but at that it was 2:30 a.m. in Nepal.
Oh, yeah, the time.
And because of time zone, I was not able to join that Global Star Party that meeting. But I'm very interested. I'm very curious to join today. And the topic was very interesting, human desire to explore. And I think we all are exploring here, and we all are the example of that. And as we know that human beings are more curious creatures, and we always seek for a new thing, simply to make our life more easier and cozy. And there is no limit for explorations. For example, so we can take our life. Today we are in the modern era, the age of technology, just because of curiosity and explorations. Hence, we all are here for that purpose. Scott Robert is here by his curiosity, and Jerry Hubbell and so on. Like me, I'm here for my curiosity, because I'm curious about this field, and we all are here for that purpose. I want to join a small story in that purpose. Like a small girl was playing in the garden, and she saw a number of butterflies flying over her, and they were giving pleasant feeling for her, a number of beautiful flowers at a moment. She saw one flower which was blooming and another which was dying. She called her mother and asked why they both looked different. but when they are same. One is strolling hard, but maybe another can't. Nighttime, a sky full of stars, moon makes her more curious. She asks a number of questions, and that question give her a strength to explore. And she loves exploring. Probably sees here in the form of many of us. She may be Scott, she may be Deepti Gautam, and she may be César, Brollo, Adrian, and other people all out of here. And today I have, it's been a long time, and today I have taken a short poem related to the exploration season of life. Gazing at the breezy night, empty of lack of immense sunshine, and the onset of winter sign, thought reflecting warmth of mankind, putting up in the darkness of days, but the sense of hopefulness stay, adoring down dew on a grasslands, making of merry through old or teen, few carried watch of pain despair, but the nature light internally blare. And then the arrival of beautiful spring, forgetting annoying and joy bring, this crispy of cold or hazy alerts, where its stillness eventually concludes. Lovely cuckoo birds sing and emerge, giving renewal sitting on wire birds, popping of flowers here and there, embracing love cure everywhere. Every planet are laid getting of slower, joy of spring prevent is from uncover. Time of little kids being on vacation, summer makes the fullness explorations. Fact emergence of ennui insects, yet making family time with zest. Stepping feet in scorching heat, yet as curious to see and great. Huge tree in bless indeed, those shadow fulfilled travels need. Endless summer, somewhere over. Creatures enjoy wet summer purpose. And in this gap, when I was not joining the Global Star Party, there was a number of programs which I have conducted in around my locality, like in my school, I conducted a small program, so it gives the knowledge about the astronomy, what is the astronomy is. And I found my junior more curious, like to know about like what is this. And I have talked about the Global Star Party too, and they were curious, like okay, so we can you are exploring there, so you can give me some more knowledge about this. And they regularly consult me, and they comes to me and talk about the astronomies, about the space science. And they were I feel very good that they are curious to know about this. And yes, Nepal is not much developed in this field, but it's developing, and all this curious mind is coming together, and I feel really good that all of us who are interested in that are coming together and want to explore togetherness. And so it gives a hope that we can do far better, and we can go far better. And beside that, Nepal Astronomical Society is also conducting various kind of programs. Now it is conducting the astronomy Olympiad, and it's been a month, and now it's Asian Pacific Olympiad is running out. And recently the Expo Science project is coming out, and all of the curious mind were coming together and want to make a number of projects and in the field of astronomy and space science. This day, by the busy schedules of my own schools, and this is my last year of high school. Oh. And it is noted as a very important phase of our entire 13 year of school life. And like it determines because we will leave this school and we will go for university for our higher educations. And it is noted as, and there are a number of classes, tests and practice. So this day I'm a bit busy and for that because my teacher also suggested me rather you can focus here and you can join every programs after this your completion of your high school. And but I'm just limiting in that, and I'm joining, and I'll be joining, but maybe I can't join regularly. But I can. Because I'm very interested to join here. So to join with you all and put my all those opinions and talk with all of you all. So maybe I can be present in once a month for sure. But can be regularly maybe. Yeah.
Well, we look forward to any time you can come to Global Star Party. And yeah, I know that you're about to go into a big transition in your life as you graduate from high school, and hopefully we find you studying here in the United States at one point. So that would be very cool. Yeah, that's great. Deepti, thank you so much. There is a comment here from Beatrice Hines watching on YouTube. She says, where does Deepti always get the inspiration to write? She said, it's amazing.
Because in small age, I dream to be an astronomer or likely to explore about. I already share many times that I love. At first, I love to explore the Jupiter. When I hear the word Jupiter from my teacher, and simply comes to my home and search in the internet what the Jupiter is and ask my seniors, elder sisters too. And I have one elder sister, and she gave me lots of information about the Jupiters. And I was continuing asking about other planets to the teachers, and like that, the curiosity which I bring up in my small age is giving me a strength for. Giving me strength for about the writing and writing story and poem. I was engaging in this writing and from my small age, and there used to be a competitions, writing competitions in the school level, but the level was different. I used to be in a small level, and other participant will other student will. But despite of my having me lots of knowledge, but I love to participate in that. So I continue to engage in this, and I think that's continuity has given me some things to write, and I love to engage in literatures. I think the literature gives me a different kind of feelings and different aspect of looking the life, like philosophically. When I engage in the literatures, it itself gives me a different eyesight to look the life and look every aspect. So I love to engage in it, and I continue. I write the story in both Nepali and English, in my mother tongue, and in both English. And recently, I write different poem and story in English too. And for my school and for my schools, I am writing this poem, and for this week, teachers have given me a target to complete the 5 to 10 stories at a time, and I'm engaging in that too, and for my study too.
That's wonderful. Deepti, thank you so much. Thank you. And I very much look forward to the next time you can come on to Global Star Party. So take care and study hard.
I do as well.
Okay? Yeah.
Yeah, and great. Good luck when you make it to the university.
Yeah.
I think you will do well.
Yeah, we all think she will. That's great. That's great. Okay, we are going to travel over 10,000 miles from Nepal all the way down to Argentina, where we will meet up with Maxi Falieres. Maxi, how are you?
Hey, Scout. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Oh, sorry. I think, do you hear me?
Oh, we hear you just fine, Maxi.
We hear you fine. It's all
Excellent.
good.
And you don't look as under the weather. You've coming on under the weather the last few weeks. Now you look well.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling very good. And well, first of all, I well, I'm glad to hear that you're okay, Scott, in Arkansas, and
Yes.
and of course, it's really sad of what happened in Kentucky and Arkansas
Yes.
with that storm. Media's from here. Those echoes of that storm, and it was really sad. I saw a video of a person it was very shocking because it's a house destroyed, but was playing the piano that survived, and
Wow.
it was I can imagine what people is through right now, but I hope that everybody is okay. So tonight last week I couldn't be here, and I think it wasn't a Global Star party, but in these 2 weeks it happens a lot. Well, first of all, today the 14th of December is the first anniversary of the total solar eclipse that occurred the last year in Argentina. And of course, I have my pictures to show that I was reprocessing. And also what I want to show you is the most important news that we have, because the city of Alberti announced the building of the new observatory in Alberti. We have the complex and the place to do the educational stuff and meetings, but also is another project that it will going to build an observatory to be there. So let me show you my screen. Okay. Okay, do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. I changed my background. This is a really new re-edited version of the total eclipse that I was processing, and I really liked it because it's really sharpening, and also the flares is really good. So first of all, for
beautiful images always.
For remember that data, this is our friend Nico the Hammer.
Nico the Hammer.
The Hammer.
I like his cowboy hat. It's good.
Yeah. And his Dobsonian, it was covered because it was really dirt and windy, and you can see it was really cloudy, but we hope in some places it's going to be open skies. Here's I don't know if you remember Alan Gedin, César,
Yes.
sorry, Scott, that he was with us in a couple Global Star parties. He was also covered with a blanket to see how to take pictures. And here's me. I was trying to take pictures with 2 scopes, but I only went with this Newtonian that today's Nico's owner right now. I started to him.
And those are like shields to make some shade around your telescope, right?
Exactly, because it was in almost summer, and at really we had the sun above our heads, so it's really hot, and we had to cover our equipments. I have this, I don't know how to call it in English, but it really works because the camera, my Nikon,
it's a piece of foam. It's a sheet of foam.
It's to get warm, to
foam or carpet or
something like that. When you put it in your rooftop, between the rooftop and the, well, I don't know how to call it. And well, I was taking pictures. I was behind there every single minute taking pictures.
insulation.
Yeah. And you can see I went with a lot of things in my car. And well, here are us. You know, it's really protection, because the telescope, it keeps cold, and the camera, it was okay. Here's the solar filter. Well, here's another perspection. In this place, we have, you can see these caves, and we have parrots that lived in there, and it was really annoying because they were but when the eclipse started to get dark, it was really shaky, because they goes quietly and they go to sleep. It was amazing. We have also, because it was cloudy, we have some rain, and you can see these ticks of dots in the solar filter. And I think here was when it ends. So here's the team that we went. Here's Ariel, Alan, Seba, Nico, and me. And, you know, also the chorizo seco that we ate because we are very hungry. And well, this is my background right now. You can see the solar flares. That it was really amazing. You know, when I was taking pictures of this and watching through the visor of the camera indirectly, it was really blowing mind, really amazing. And this is another processing. This was mostly finally the clips, and this spike is because the spider of the Newtonian that holds the secondary mirror and gives this little shiny cross.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is another stacking.
Diamond ring. They call it the diamond ring.
You call it the diamond ring. We call it the spider web or something like that. I don't know why.
Oh, you're talking about the spider from your Newtonian, the crossbars.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
the cross.
Yeah, we see that that's coming from.
Yes.
Yeah, we call that phase the diamond ring phase.
Yeah. So, well, this is basically a little tour of this anniversary of the total solar eclipse. Well, like I say, a couple days ago, we well, I was invited by Marcos Santa Rosa to be there, and also they did this community event virtually and presentially for those who can't come to Alberti, but they can see what it's going to do in the city and also participate. Well, this is a snap capture of that Nico captures that day, because this was the streaming. This is me that I was, you know, I was telling to the people what means to us to have this kind of observatory, and also what means to the community. So that I want Marcos give me the opportunity to share my voice, my knowledge, my thoughts to everyone, and of course encourage the education. Here's another perspective. Well, it was really shocking the camera. Here's Marcos. You can see it was really there was a lot of people that came.
Very good.
You can see there was the screen behind. Here's Nico and another people. Well, here I couldn't take this picture very good because I think it was in WhatsApp or. Well, this is Germán Lago. This is the mayor of Alberti that support all these projects. Of course, giving the place and also the funds that we can do it. Well, here's the part of when the people that was invited. Everyone, if want to say something, you can say here in person and also in online in live stream. Well, I think this is at the beginning almost. Oh, here's some parts. Well, I don't know how to translate this. It's a lot of
bullet points.
Yeah. So, you know, the people was really excited to and curious of this project, and of course, you can see how they are encouraging this because they started in the schools. And now they are going to the community, and we, of course, we want to have this place to be not for the Alberti communities. We want to do it to everyone that wants to come here. So, well, this is some captures that Marcos gave me.
Oh, wow. Nice.
This is the. You know, I don't know if you remember that's old school fashion in the 19th century. Well, this is a version going to the new project of the observatory that they want to build. Here's another perspective that they made. And
I like the ramp going up. Is that for wheelchair access, or how is that?
This going for, of course, wheelchair person and the disabled persons, but also, of course, to grab the equipment because maybe it's going to very heavy, because this place is visualized to do observations, and also if you want to do astrophotography, you can be here more up, and you can see the horizon really flat, and all the farm area, you know, is amazing. And here's another perspective watching the complex of the rural school. Here's a perspective in the sky, you know. Here's going to be the entrance. Here's the road, the farm road. You can go here, but also you can go from this place. This place is going to be like more barbecue place. You know, we Argentinians like to do barbecues or parrillas.
Looking forward to that.
So also we have these are bathrooms in this place. It's going to be like some kind of living room because you have a kitchen, you have also a bathroom, you can take a shower, and in this place it's going to be more like the meeting sessions, or to do chattings or educationally things. Here's a perspective where the west, the east, the south, and the north, and because the observatory wants to do this kind of pillars to do some study when the west exactly when we have the equinox and the solstice. I don't know if it's okay how I say it. The equinoccio y solsticio of winter or summer and fall or spring.
Yeah.
The season, exactly. So they want to do this for the sun, and also this kind of place to do some measurements of, for example, the measure of the Earth by the shadow, and the Eratosthenes project, for example, that is worldwide. And well, here's some pictures of, well, this is the ramp that we say. Here is going to be some office and administration place, but also it's going to where they're going to save the equipment to, of course, that people they can use. Well, this is more behind. You can see this is going to give by window of Blindex because they want to, for example, if you are having an afternoon, but it's cold, you can see it inside of there warming. And maybe you can take a coffee or something like that. And also in the other place, you can take something watching the sunrise at the east. Well, this is the insider ramp that's going to the observatory. And well, I think this is another one. Well, it's some fashioned wave, of course, more modern structures. Well, this is another one. And this is, well, the presentation of the new observatory. And this was not last Friday, it was the another one. It was the 6th of December, I think. Let me remember. No, the 3rd of December. And the 6th of December, I went to this place to do, because I want to do astrophotography. I have to went, it was in the week, I have to went to work, but it doesn't stop me to go there. So I went, this is a picture that I took with my equipment, and you can see the moon.
Nice.
Venus.
Yes.
Here's little Saturn, and there's Jupiter. Watching this in the sunset and practically quietly, without no sound, without wind, only maybe some bugs going, but I went off of my job. I came here to my house, put my equipment in the car, and went to Alberti, run away. I came maybe 20 p.m. and start to grab the equipment. It was only me. It was anyone else. I want only me. And well, the objective of this of these pictures was make more publicity, and of course take an advantage of the Bortle 3 skies. So I started to do pictures. Well, this is IC 343 of the Horsehead Nebula.
Nice.
This is only 40 minutes of stacking. You can start to see these tiny clouds that is in front of the horse head. And
Hmm.
also there's another nebulosity, you know. Then I did this of M33. You know, I stuck almost 1.5 hours,
Very nice.
and
Yeah,
it's
I
amazing.
love M33. It looks like lace, you know?
Yeah, yeah, and the perspective that gives us makes more like if we are seeing some maybe a lagoon nebula or a Triffid nebula or something like that, because you know I can't even imagine this be there, and it's amazing to watch it through million light years from here. And of course the core of the galaxy, and also really tiny galaxies, for example here and the corner, almost there. It was like really far. Then the objective of this, it was taking pictures of M78 in the Orion constellation. And this is what I get, stuck in almost 3.5 hours.
Hmm.
You know, this was the first time that I took pictures of, but no, it was the second time. The first time was here in Chivilcoy, but it wasn't a really good night. It was really down, and the stacking was awful. But when I get this dark nebulosity and see this little stars inside of that gas, and
Baby
the reflection in this place taking part of the shiny stars that we can't see it, but you know, it's more like we are see a little town in the darkness. You know, it's
This is beautiful, Maxi. This is awesome. No,
thank you, Cameron.
That is one of the nicer M78s I've seen. I mean, you know, it's often relegated to just a simple shot. It's like, okay, but this really gets the color, and like you say, all the knots of nebulosity. It really shows the depth and the complexity of this region.
Exactly.
Very nice.
And also what I figure out is that the background, it doesn't black practically. It's almost like this golden and browny background. And I think this is a really huge place of gas and dust, and you can see it here. You know, it contrasts in this place. So, well, thank you for inviting me. Thank you to the audience, to everyone, Scott. And well, I continue with you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Well, we're going to stay down in Argentina a little bit, and we are going to go to Buenos Aires to César Brollo. César, how are you tonight?
Hi, Scott. How are you? Hi, Maxi. ¿Cómo estás? How are you today, everyone?
¿Cómo andás?
Muy bien. We use a little of Argentinian slang.
It's more like, how you doing?
It's not Spanish.
Right.
Many people, yeah. Yes.
Well, you know, I want to say
Spanish class here, you know.
I want to say Buenos noches, but I cannot remember if it was Buenas noches or
Buenas noches.
Buenos noches.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Okay.
But,
yeah.
Sure. But
excellent.
Yes, but the problem is that we speak Spanish with an Italian accent, with a mix of anybody knows exactly what is this, and some people say, no, okay, I understand you perfectly, and some people say, come on, what is this Spain?
Come on.
Yeah, and
Come
maybe
on.
sometimes. Sure, and sometimes we move the hands, shaking the hands like Italians, and you know, you know, Scott, that I make pizza sometimes.
You make a nice pizza, yes.
Yes. Well, I say I say myself that are nice pizza, but you need to try if
I
are
need to
really
try.
nice. Yeah,
Yes,
yes,
that's
yes.
right.
We
One
need an
day.
I'm looking
opportunity
forward to
one
trying
day.
the barbecue.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
That
I
is
would
on
prefer
my
the
list.
barbecue.
Absolutely. Adrian, Cameron are the guys that. Well, today
Ciao, César.
we hi Cameron, how are you? And today we launched the first stage of our third party third party Valle Grande in San Rafael Mendoza. We start talking with my partner Jaime Garcia. He's an astronomer that he's the motor of the all of this star party. We are working as fast as possible to have the things ready for this April 1, 2, and 3. Of course, that everyone are invited. We are preparing for next week's website in two language, English and Spain, to everyone to talk about how is our we are having a huge program of activities this year, next year. Well, of course, that we are really exciting with this, and of course that well, we are working in this absolutely. And this last week I was working in something that is called Noches de los Libros, books night. It's a place where the people go to see books, libraries, people that talk, you know, something like histories to the child. It's very nice because it's in an open sky. Of course, that every year we are invited with the group Bella Vista del Cosmos, the group that are restoring, and I am a part of this group, that we are restoring the San Miguel Solar Observatory. And we had a very nice outreach, astronomy outreach night. Really, I can show you some pictures of this. I'll be showing some pictures of 1 year ago, like Maxi, of the last eclipse that today is 1 year of my most windy experience in my life. At today I have dust in my eyes from 1 year, I think. I was in Balcheta like Maxi, but I think that I was in another place, but very near.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, let me share the screen. And here, I don't prepare a presentation, but because it's more easy, show the pictures. Let me know if you can see the main picture now, or only because
Not yet, César.
not yet. No, because I can see.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you bring them up full screen.
Those are the thumbnails. Yeah.
Now it's okay. Is the picture in the full screen?
No,
we don't see your full screen
only,
picture.
No, yes, the thumbnails.
We see your
okay.
thumbnails.
The thumbnails, yes. Stop share, and I need to choose that. Now it's okay, because in 2 years of global star party, I learned how share a screen of the main.
We have all learned a new skill thanks to the Global Star Party.
If you don't have problem with sharing screen, you are not in the Global Star Party.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's mandatory. It's mandatory.
Yes, absolutely. Well, here we starting at 6 p.m. Scott, you know, because you do have a video with this National Geographic telescope.
Right.
We put two of this telescope that we received finally last week. Our Christmas telescope
good.
this year. Yes, we have a bigger number of usually we import this kind of telescope because of course if you're watching and you need a telescope, you need this telescope. This is for Argentinian people. And from United States too, because in Walmart or another place, you know that yes, you need to choose this telescope. Okay.
Okay.
Well, no more marketing now. And well, but the telescope worked perfectly and was very nice because something that I can say about when you choose for a outreach astronomy event a telescope, you need to choose something because you have a volunteer that drive the telescope, okay? And you need to give them something easy to use, or a go-to telescope with alt-azimuth movement. But sometimes, you need a battery like that. Many people put with the knock with the feet your tripod, and you need to put all again. And I prefer the human volunteer to adjust the telescope. And here you have a real advantage because you don't have a OTA with a barrel of lenses inside, because this is a nightmare. This is a real 520 millimeters focus. Native focus is really I think that is f460, 470. I don't remember exactly, but you can start to use something like the moon in a rich field, in a really wide field. Think that here we have voluntaries, but it's like a work, and you need to have something, a tool that you need to have something, a tool that is trustable to use in the moment. And the huge field of view of this telescope with is great to point to a planet or in this case the moon, and you can change easily the eyepiece to show a narrow view of the moon with a crack, with the surface of the moon. And the kids was wow. For us, like in the San Juan eclipse, we choose the refractors of 90 millimeters. Here we choose this 4.5 inches telescope f5.7, I think, or 0.2, or I don't remember the number of f, but it was very nice for us. Was very nice choosing this telescope to work properly with a huge amount of people that come in to watch from our telescopes.
That's
well,
great.
Yeah, we had time while we are showing to the people the moon to use one yes, the 5 inches Maxi Expert Scientific over the Yaxus 100. And
Wow.
this was
Beautiful.
this was very, very funny, because every one of that coming to the computer, because we had the computer connected with a screen, a TV for the side of the people, and everyone were going to the computer of our friend Fernando, that he put the computer in the desktop for only to receive the image and go to the screen to see to the people, and put the push the button of star capture. And anybody, yes, we don't remember how of us who, took the picture, because everyone was like the Three Stooges going to. You remember the chapter of the Three Stooges that put. I don't remember who is it in English to make the craft beer, and well, here was the same. Everyone said, who took the pictures? Fernando later found, I don't know if around 30 videos.
Nice.
And of course, I can say, okay, I need to process that, and we had some pictures of the moments that we took these videos to make later pictures. Like this is very nice, a very nice view of the moon. This is
Cesar, it's one thing, the Maxitov is how can you say it? It's one of those telescopes that it just performs so well because of its long focal length, and you just cannot beat it when it comes to lunar and planetary.
Right.
It's a beautiful design, and when being a visual observer as well, and now with this astro imaging, you live shots. Oh my gosh, it's an awesome way for outreach as well, to be able to have a compact design and at a reasonable price. It's
absolutely
it's a beautiful scope. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, and we were so proud to show this live image to the people, and at the same time make you are. I imagine you, Cameron or Nico or Maxi, going to the computer like a kid, star capture. Yes, I give you a little video later. I processed this for a picture because it's nice, the view, and this was this thing that we have the amateur astronomers or this hobby is amazing because we like to when we have a beautiful image, we like to save that, and this is very nice because I wasn't with the idea to have pictures because we was working with the people explaining, but it was great really have something of the last Saturday with the people.
Yeah, and
yes,
and it's a great to be able to do that because even in light polluted skies, the resolution. I mean, I love the airy discs like on double stars you can get with that. So sharp. It's a really it's a joy to use.
Absolutely. Something that is nice is that in this Maxutov is one of the few Maxutov. First of all, is 15. The number F is 15. Have a huge focal length, and you have the possibility of collimate because it's one of the few Maxutov that you can collimate because you have a 6 screw to collimate with and Explore Scientific say you can collimate that, and they give you the LM range, and you say, okay, of course that I collimate, I try to collimate, but because I have one of that, but I return to the same point of the manufacturing collimation. And congratulations, Scott. Do you deliver the best performance optics?
That's very kind. That's very kind of you to say, Cesar.
Really.
And it means a lot coming from you because I know that you know how to make good optics. So
yes,
good telescope optics.
Yes, it's very nice because it's you can see that the image was amazing and was something
beautiful images.
Unexpected because was every one of the volunteers that we work in the presentation and in this astronomy outreach, and was was unexpected to have so beautiful image. But of course, that when we was watching, sorry, this is the eclipse, but this is the next about that.
Beautiful as usual.
Yeah, yes. This one is a mixed picture, but of course that today is 1 year, like Maxi said. I have this picture. It's a poor picture, but I could took that in middle of the dust and well, Scott know perfectly that was a very difficult transmission.
Yes.
Yes, but we have only this picture, and I'm happy to have that. And of course, that in the real live view of the eclipse was an amazing place. Returning with the returning, I first of all I put the sound out because I don't know if I have music in this. Here, let me. Here. Well, here I have a short video of this. Here is the place where we show the moon, a live image. Here is the camera.
Like
Here is
mission
the
control.
Yes, absolutely.
It's mission control.
Mission. Everyone that went here to the computer put the finger in start video. Take bueno,
that's cool.
We have 50 videos in the end of the night. Who took the videos? I don't know. Everyone.
Everybody.
Everybody knows.
This is the science team right here. So that's
yes,
right.
absolutely. She's a new in the team. She's a geologist, and here is our geologist table. We are working a lot with meteorites and you know, a lot of different minerals. And well, we are happy to have her in our team. And another, let me here. Well, here's another part of the meat of the place. Here, sorry, here I have another video, sorry. And I remember that she gave to the kids to smell the rock, the mineral, because I don't know what is the. I think that is with phosphor minerals that smell different. I don't know really. It's for my next presentation. I need to know more about minerals because it's something that is very interesting. We are working in a geologist side in the observatory to have a special showroom for minerals. Here, more kits, more telescopes. The people was amazing. And here I bring 1 year ago here, you know.
For the eclipse.
The eclipse, yes. The 100 miles, César 100 miles here. Yeah.
100 mile per hour César.
Per hour César, yes, absolutely real. Yeah. Maybe have a video. Yes, look at guys. It's really windy. It was amazing. It was an adventure.
César, you shared to the world the eclipse where many people missed it, you know, so that was wonderful.
Yeah, yes. I think that was amazing how was the adventure of transmit in middle of the
middle of nowhere.
Nowhere, absolutely. Here is, yes, I think that here, this track is of the National Meteorologist Service. And I think that these guys went to went to the clips to say these people is crazy, and we need to take a measure of that because it was an amazing situation. A lot of people. It's me.
It's great.
The part of the family, my wife, me, and Agustin.
Yes.
Another 2 kids, and the Exos 100 here. Yes. We use it. Yes. The Exos 100 that I have is the first one that I think that is like a beta version, and it's the first. I think that it maybe have 3 or 4 years because it's the first. I remember that was very new, the Exos 100, and I received one of the first and work is my Exos 100 at work. Beautiful. Only have the newest software, but it's the same machine. Take note about this, Scott, because you have a good products.
Thank you so much.
It's real.
Thank you.
Here is the fire that Maxi talked about. Yeah, yes, Maxi, if you're watching, here is the first first view of the
Nico, do you remember how we see that at night in that place?
Wow, that's a big fire.
Yeah.
Yes, it was amazing. Hi, everyone.
Yes. Hey, Nico.
Was
in the middle of the night, we are watching in the horizon at the almost southeast, I think, or at the east, no, northeast. Sorry, the fire. Maybe I don't know, was 20 kilometers, something like that. And we are seeing.
No, here we are. Here I was in the same part of the fire, and here we was at only maybe 1 kilometer, no more, because this farm area is not a farm really. It's more, maybe more for animals. This guy, he for to fight against who's the name of the not termites, if not ants, an ant's nest. He used fire, and with the wind was out of control totally.
But no one,
very dangerous.
It works.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is part of the trip in the area of Patagonia. Here, a lot of wind chills.
Yes, yeah,
And
Marcelo.
this is our
mic is
preparative, the equipment. Well, this was a remembering of the clips to share with everyone, and was a pleasure really share this.
Thank you so much, César. Thank you.
A pleasure.
It's wonderful.
It's a pleasure. Thank you to you and to everyone.
It's great to have you on anytime, every time. So, and also, I mean, and to have Nico here too. I feel like we have this one family from Argentina that attends Global Star Party all the time. It's great.
And I tend to be on at the same time, so
you do. You'll be down in Argentina pretty soon.
Yeah,
so.
I am.
Yeah,
making the plans.
I send you the directions for the Star Party in April. Adrian and Cameron, of course.
Okay.
To everyone, of course. Scott too. Yes.
Yeah.
And return to United States to the
them,
NIA, to the NA. No, Scott. In this, and another week is the NIF. I don't know how. NIF.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. That's right.
Are
you going?
To the NIF. I think that yes.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
I'll
buy you a pizza if you go. Okay.
Absolutely. Sure. Yes. Yes. New York.
I'll do better than pizza. There's an amazing Italian restaurant up there. So Yeah.
Not only Sbarros. Sbarros is okay, but we can go to the more Italian and smaller.
Okay.
I'm sure
Okay.
you're talking New York. There's Italian, lots of restaurants that should pretty well beat Sbarro's, but
yes,
absolutely.
Sbarros
Yeah.
is.
You can have the
Sbarros-
real thing. You can have the real
Yes,
thing.
Sbarros is okay, but it's so big that for example, Sbarros opened 1 month ago in Buenos Aires in Calle Corrientes, but it's okay, and we have a lot of huge pizzerias, but I think that when we go to the small ones with Italian guy making
That's
the
what you
real
want.
thing. Yeah, yes.
you want
Here in Buenos Aires,
you want the authentic.
yeah,
That's right.
authentic. Yes, smaller is normally
Yeah.
a kind of authentic. Sure.
Yes.
But as far as okay, it's great.
All right. Well, that's good. That's great.
Okay.
Well, Nico, we're still down in Argentina, and it's great to have you on Global Star Party with us again. And so I lost.
So you have to say it.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, you have to say it, Scott. It's hammer time.
It is hammer time.
That's the introduction. It's
now,
hammer
Nico
time.
is a musician.
Nico,
okay, so I need
the
him to record like a drum solo or something for me, and then I'll play it.
We need to
Nico
prepare an
comes on.
introduction. The hammer time with the drums, and then I go.
Yes, but you
Absolutely.
play something. You play battery.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there's
you're a
something
drummer.
I would
from
absolutely play it. I would.
there's something from
Send-
MC
send
Hammer
me
where he
the-
goes,
send me the
stop,
file.
hammer
it's
time.
real.
We'll just
Yeah.
find that clip and play it.
You know, Scott, we have the perfect picture of Nico that we can go to give the presentation.
Oh,
yeah.
really? The perfect one. So
Hey,
you,
guys,
you care to explain that, Maxi? What is this perfect picture?
I prefer that no. I don't know.
No. It was
Okay, okay.
a presentation.
Okay. Something for a family. Okay.
Yeah.
For everyone.
Okay, guys.
Great.
How are you tonight? I'm a little
We're
late,
good.
but we are with my entire family living with my parents because we are making some fixes in the home and it's a war zone. So maybe it has been 2 weeks without my telescope, and I am
Crazy.
You are
crazy.
suffering from withdrawal.
Yeah.
No
Yes.
hammer.
But well, here I am. So let's talk about. I will start. I have no. Maxi shows pictures of the eclipse, so César do the same. But today is 1 year from that magnificent travel and the show. So I will start sharing some memories from that time, and because we are talking about the human desire to explore, and this travel was really that. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, we're seeing
Okay.
a picture.
Cierre de la
of the,
ventana.
Yes, this is Sierra de la Ventana. It's in the trip when we was going there, and we take another road just to know this place together, and was a really special travel. And because we didn't know if we could see the eclipse, because we know that there were clouds on. We go to the road and hope in the best. This is our camping in the middle of the road because of the COVID, the COVID pandemic and everything. We can't go to any city without the special permissions. So we get a field of a friend that they say, okay, you can put your cars and sleep here. So we spend the night there in the middle of the nowhere with oh my God, the Patagonian wind is unbelievable.
Really?
Yes.
Yes, there's a
Well,
famous song called "On the Road to Nowhere." Here it is.
yes. Well, this is the pictures with the wind machines. I don't know how to say it.
Oh yeah, a windmill. Mhm.
Yes.
Windmill.
This is the car of Maxi. Here with Sebastian, another friend, we was looking for some stones. I like to take stones in every trip, and I have my special stone of the eclipse in my home. I love that kind of things. And of course, I travel with my Dobson.
Yes.
Here is with Alan, and I went with a reflex camera from a friend, so assemble in the Dobson and take these pictures of the eclipse that the literally this was raining and the clouds opened in the exact moment. So
oh, that's
we
great.
were very, very lucky. Yes.
That's great.
So
yeah, sometimes you have to go in the rain.
Yes.
With your telescope.
You need to be there just in case.
Yep. Yes.
And this is my favorite one. I think that it's not the amazing picture, but for me it was
it's an amazing
the perfect souvenir of that that trip with my friends.
Very nice. Beautiful diamond ring.
Yeah. And well, a part of the clips I like to show you. As you know, I have my Dobsonian, and also I have the old Newtonian with the equatorial mount of Maxi. So sometimes I used to take some pictures, but using still my planetary camera, the QHL5. That is a monochromatic camera, and I take these pictures a few weeks ago of the Tarantula Nebula, and so I want to show you how to.
Those are awesome.
Yeah, really nice.
Really nice. Very intricate.
Awesome,
Thank
Nico.
you. Thanks,
Excelente,
Cameron.
Nico. Genial.
And I want to show you how important in these cases with a camera that they are not especially for deep sky photography, and I am not guiding, so there are photographs of about 20 seconds of exposure, and I use RGB and B filters. And how important is the light the light image, because without filter, and I want to show you how why, because when you stack the channels, the RG and B, you get a color image, but I want to show you the difference when you apply a light. We'll go with this parameter, so it's just for showing you, and you can see the difference of the information by adding the no filter image. It's
yeah, you're using it as a luminance layer, right?
Yeah, the luminance layer, and the colors. We will do a really fast processing just to show you can do even with
software very well. That's good.
Oh yes, I used to take small processing process, a little ones process. So, but here we have the picture that make some contrast with the curves and some saturation, and it's really nice, and it's important to show those guys who are starting that even with a guide and planetary camera, you can get beautiful images. This is some saturated. I have a lot of noise because the city lights and was a small time of integration, maybe half an hour or 1 hour at most. But even that, you can get really nice images using cameras that they are not for this space, tagging for deep sky imaging, but it works really, really nice.
That's great.
Okay, thank you. So, well, I have no more for sharing. I have no time neither for a presentation, but I would like to share these images. And now, just talk with you, and I will stay for the after party for sure.
Okay, Nico, thank you so much, man. Thank you.
Excellent,
Nico.
Yeah, there's a reason why
Thank you, guys.
they call him Nico the Hammer, because he hammers out great images. So it's awesome. Thank you. Thank
With
you.
Maxi, we are thinking in why we have a quadruple mount, Maxi.
Yeah, why did we spend all that money?
Yeah.
It's hand guided.
Today-
It's all, all you need.
I confess that today we are working, we're texting with Maxi, and we are talking. Maxi, I have a 127 apochromic telescope. You like it? Oh, let me. And Maxi, of course, because everything is. Let me think. Yeah, it's a special price, you know. When we watch to Nico that say, okay, I have my what I do.
No,
Yeah.
but Maxi now Maxi takes 3 steps in the stair. It is now taking picture other level. It's amazing. But
absolutely, Maxi, it start to show you a galaxy and start to show a nebula into the galaxy, a planet.
Yes.
Right, planets within the stars of the
Yeah,
galaxy.
yeah.
Yes,
And here we have this protoplanet, you know.
Yeah, that he did with a smartphone.
Yeah, yes, I use it on a small. Yeah, what are you using? Yes, my cell phone. You know,
Old smartphone.
A smartphone, yeah, yes, an old one, yeah. No,
it's awesome. It's great. Yeah. Well, gentlemen, we are going back up from Argentina all the way up to Michigan, which I don't know how many miles away that is, but it's thousands of miles. And Adrian Bradley is here to share more of his amazing nightscapes with us. So, Adrian, you've got the stage.
Well,
Hi,
I was
Adrian.
going to surprise everybody since I'm here with the Argentinian contingent. I was going to read, try my best with what little Spanish I know or reading online. So, hola, mi nombre es Adrian. Mostraré algunas fotos. How close was I?
It's more like Italian.
Great.
Pero bien.
Okay, well,
Good.
then I should fit well in Argentina since there's an Italian.
No, yeah.
You only need 2 words, so I want to know César, cerveza, and we will be there.
Cerveza is beer.
It's beer.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
it's the only thing that you need to know.
Yeah, I will come back speaking fluent Spanish. All right. So this crazy image here just shows that sometimes you can go too far in processing your night sky images. But this little streak is and I'm just now seeing this little streak, has all of the earmarkings of a meteor that photobombed the image. And what I find in night sky imaging, meteors tend to photobomb these images a lot. And so the images that I'll share are going to be images in which a meteor photobombed the image. This is one of the more apparent cases where you see a definite sign that you have a meteor here. It's one of those lucky captures where I was looking away. Someone says, "Did you see that meteor?" And then this one popped out. There were other instances. This one, just pointing up at the sky, seeing if I can track well. And here we are with like 3 different types of lines. This one's obviously the Delta Comet. It's a plane. We call it the Delta Comet because it's either Delta or we call it the United Comet, the names of the airlines. And then you have this streak here, which could be a smaller plane or something else. It's a steady line. This streak isn't a steady line, and it gets brighter and then it gets dimmer and has all the hallmarks of a meteor.
Yes.
So here we are, just aiming up at the skies, and meteor shows up. So when you're night sky imaging, sometimes it's just luck of the draw if you get a meteor or not. And it also excuse me, and it also depends on if you are watching your scene. Like this looks like a straight line here. I remember the great David Levy wasn't sure that this was a meteor just because of the way it looked. As it so happens, I watched this meteor travel into the field of view when I was taking this image. So that's how I know it's a meteor. That and the fact that it tails off here, it was heading southerly towards this part of the sky. So sometimes the only way you know if you've got a meteor is if you look at it closely. Here's at a not such a dark park. It's a nature preserve that gets to about portal 5 or 6. And here you have something streaking right through the core of the Milky Way. With me tracking, you get those lines here, a little thinner and a little bigger here. It's your hallmark sign of a meteor. Now this interesting line here, I'm thinking this is something more along the lines of a plane. I actually saw a satellite as well. And then you've got another line over here. So you never know when you're taking your images, meteors, especially if you're in darker places, meteors just tend to show up. Here's another shot over a lake with a definite meteor. And look, we've got 2 streaking in parallel. So it's sometimes you get some coincidences when you're shooting. Sometimes the meteors just make the photo. Right here on the edge.
Check it out.
Yep, you've got something that shows all signs of being a meteor. Just as I'm finishing the exposure, it creeps into the image. Let's see, here's a lot of times if you're in darker places, you will capture meteors. They'll be faint, so they'll be small traces like this one. Faint and then a little brighter. This was during the Perseids last year, or what was it this year? It was during the Perseids, and there were plenty of meteors to see. Now, of course, we've got the light of M33 here. All those beautiful pictures of M33, when you shoot wide field, all you get is a little bitty speck. There's an NGC object here.
But you got it.
But I got it. Yep, the light shows up. There's double cluster.
I like seeing the clouds like partially lit and moving against the, the storm of the Milky Way as it's going, across the field.
Yes.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yes. And notice how they're lit up here, because even though the site is rather dark, the clouds are illuminated by light. So you actually, I'm going to look for, Scott, really quickly. I should have another one of those images that you like. Well, this is, you can't see meteors in here, but you can see the Milky Way, even though it's really cloudy.
For sure. Oh yeah.
Look at how bright the Milky Way is. That was something that really caught my attention. Somewhere in here, I thought I had some images. Let but I am not seeing them. There's images I have of the Milky Way among clouds, and I think they're in here. This is one of them. There you go. These clouds are all dark.
Wow. Yeah. I
Because
love
there's
that.
no light. You know, they're in
And look
a
at
place where
the wispy clouds at the upper right-hand side, and it's just a
Yeah.
lot of drama there. It's really cool.
It's
Yeah.
a beautiful image, Adrian.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep. And this is at Camp Billy Joe.
Excellent. Awesome.
It
Yeah.
was a it was a
Yeah.
Christian
Cross
camp,
up on
so
the-
the cross is here.
Yeah.
I know in our astronomy world we have all different types of folks who, you know, come from different backgrounds, and what ties us all together as human beings is looking at the night sky and knowing that we all come from the stardust produced out there. And
This is Adrian. I mean, the connection, right? You're showing how you're connected
yes,
to both. You know, you've said this before. So
yeah,
you have the cloud, and you have the terrestrial, you have the planet Earth, and our life, and then you have the you know, our galaxy, nebulosity in our atmosphere, nebulosity in space.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's this really is really good to your point about the connection that we have.
yeah. Now I forget, this may have actually only taken me 8 seconds to create too, with a real fast, wide open lens. But yeah, it shows that connection. That's exactly what I tried to do with this. This is taken at a focal length at which we see, which is around 50 millimeters. We tend to see clearly. If you think about blinders, we see clearly in front of us at about 50 millimeters of a focal length, and that's what I took this image with. So this is looking up at the sky and seeing it with your own eyes.
This is looking to the south, right?
Yes, it's looking
Yeah.
directly
You know,
south.
it's remind me the perspective what we see when we see at the Carina Nebula and the Southern
Yes.
Cross. It's more like that, you know. It's
Yep.
like kind of perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
this
incredible.
is. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. That this was for me the sign that I pay attention, because where is this? And this is Lagoon Nebula is in the middle.
Yes, the lagoon
Yeah.
is in the middle. The Trifid is covered. You can barely see some of it.
Yeah.
And then you've got, I think, M16 and M17
Yeah.
here.
Aquila
There's
and-
an object.
Yeah, that will be M7, right?
This may be M7. I know that the no, from here.
No,
because
the Sagittarius
here's
cloud.
Antares right here. No, this is not Antares. Antares is covered by the mountain.
Yeah,
because
maybe
here's the top of the Milky Way
the
here.
Sagittarius cloud is a big star cluster.
Yeah. So yeah, there's one here.
Well,
There's
that you see that, and then you have above that, of course, is the Omega, the Eagle Nebula.
Yes.
Right, and then of course below you have the right prominent is of course the Lagoon Nebula.
Yeah.
So I think you're right. The Sagittarius star cloud must be the one on the bottom left below the Lagoon. I can't remember if it's below it. I have to check. But there's
well,
that
I'll
cluster.
tell you what. I have this image, and this is when there were no clouds covering it, so we might be able to see it in here.
Yeah,
this is probably my
Sagittarius
deepest
star cloud.
image.
Yeah, that's a Sagittarius star cloud between the halfway between the Lagoon and the Eagle. Or the
Okay.
Omega.
Oh.
It's just south of the Omega. That's the Sagittarius star cloud.
Okay, so this region over here.
And you have the Rho Fuchs, the nebula.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah, yeah. Here we
Yeah.
have this in the near to the zenith. It's incredible. The
Yes,
difference.
you need to turn upside down the notebook.
Yeah.
César.
Yes.
Yeah,
if I
let
flip
me-
it around, it
I was
will look
looking
more
like this to
Yes.
recognize.
Actually,
I
don't
was
have
watching like that. I was-
a very
I might be
heavy
able to row. I'm looking to
all-in-one
see if I can
computer
rotate it.
now.
I don't
It's
think I
impossible
can.
for me. No, yes. Yeah.
Well, Northern Hemisphere. So let's see. So where do we go from there? That isn't the image I wanted to show. I wanted
Whoa.
to show, well, here's another, it's another version of it that I took. But the image that I replaced that with is the one that I wanted to show. Let's see. Okay, this one. With all these streaks in it. And here you have.
Wow, it's amazing.
Now this is taken with no.
Nice.
And this goes on and on and on.
There are a
This
lot
was
of,
the Sony.
yes, there is a lot of not that shining ones. At the left, you have two more.
Here you have a radiant here,
Yes.
at the left.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right there.
In the
You
dark
know, with
area.
the right
This is
sensor and image
incredible.
scale, you can just take a picture like this and then just zoom in.
Yeah. Yeah, this
One
this
arc
was a
second
24
resolution.
megapixel camera here. I'm looking for, and I thought I had for you all the let's see, a similar image, but very few streaks. Let's see, I opened this one. This is the one that everyone liked. I'll close this once we saw it. And we saw this, we saw the meteor here. There's meteors in almost every shot that I take, and I can, the H alpha version of it, if I go to let's see. So a very similar photo. I got a streak this time, but not as many streaks here. And this is with the H alpha modified. So you might see more. Now the precision is still, and you know, there's still a little bit of star trailing. This was 30 seconds and I was fighting with my mount, and doesn't get quite as clear as you know, as you go further down, but you do still have a little bit of the cat's paw.
Oh, yeah.
It shows up better. It shows up better on that other image. This is basically a wide field. The other image we were looking at, let's see here. I think the cat, yeah, look, the cat's paw is a little cleaner here. This is just a little bit of a cleaner image. And you can see all of the clusters you all were bringing out and the plane that appears to have crossed through. But this is a stacked image. There's 4 different images here, and I stacked them. I got dust lanes in the lagoon.
You know what's really neat about these pictures, these rich, especially this area that you're in front of right now, you can see like thousands and thousands of stars in front of the dark nebulosity. And then we already know that there are many that we cannot even see, right? Like our stars,
creating the glow.
Like our sun, you wouldn't be able to even see at these distances. But yet you have this massive speckling in front of this dark nebulosity. And then of course, never mind the glow of which is basically millions and millions of stars of the core of the galaxy. Incredible. I mean, you can just get an idea of
looking at the
text.
nervous system or the
this is
of our galaxy.
This is the galactic center right here.
Yeah. This is awesome.
This is what we are all orbiting around. And of course, if I were to go find a picture of M87, even this massive structure and us in it, I think this is your Sagittarius cloud right here. You know, we're all orbiting. Let's see what we get. If I go in, it breaks down. The dust lanes aren't quite that good, but I could see it making some nebulosity out, and then as we
Well, you can clearly see the shape of the Eagle Nebula up there, and then the Omega Nebula down there. You know. And,
so this is the Omega. This one's the Omega, and this one's the Eagle.
That's the Eagle. Yep. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, barely. It's like it there in this. I think this region, right?
Can't see the pillars of creation, but
yeah, they barely show up. It's not definitely not precise, but the light shows up.
But like I say, I'm not kidding. You know, as you know, as terabytes pictures and higher image sensors come out, you'll be able to take higher. You won't need long focal length telescopes anymore. You'll just be able
look,
to.
There's your dust lanes of the Trifid.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is taken. These are, I think, my Canon 6D. There's 4 1-minute exposures. I have more, but in order to process them even better than this, I'll need some darks and some flats and get with Gary or you guys and say, awesome. I want to take this data. I mean, just with four of the 1-minute exposures I took, I ended up with this.
That's
and
awesome.
Yeah, before I end my presentation, I want to show, especially you, Scott, this is the first image taken with the IXOS 100 as a mount.
That's a great first picture.
This is it,
man.
The first picture.
You can see the burn and the velocity in Orion.
Yeah, you can see all the Lambda Orionis, aka the Afro, the sash, Barnard Loop.
The nebula,
I like to pretend I can see the witch head here, but it's not defined. I mean, this is, and you know, this was an opening in clouds.
Right.
And so you have these stars, Betelgeuse, however we pronounce it, and Bellatrix. There are 3 stars here that, if I can see it, I call it the Vest of Orion. I don't know if it has an official name, but the darker the sight, the easier it is to see these 3 stars. I believe they're magnitude 6, or they're either magnitude 5 or 6. They don't show up unless you're at a dark enough spot. And here's another interesting factor about this photo. I'm shooting over, this is a giant lake. That's that's Canada, where this light is emanating from, across the lake in the distance. The way that with the lens I used, it kind of curved here, but it is a wide angle lens. Now, I noticed that the clouds over here are darker where the beehive is. They're kind of obscuring the beehive right here in 44. The clouds are darker than the ones over here. And I reason that these clouds are sitting directly over the lake, where the man-made light is not shining on them. So they're behaving a little more like dark sight clouds, that they just kind of flow in and they shroud whatever they're covering. Whereas these clouds are they're over the shore, where there's plenty of light to illuminate them. And so it's like you're seeing a tale of 2 different Bortle zones almost. When there's little light, it's how the clouds look. When there's a lot more light, your cirrus clouds look like this. So
beautiful.
Yeah, with that, I'm going
very
to end
nice.
my
Thank
presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for letting me share my work.
Excellent, man.
It's so different when you track your pictures, and it's incredible how you can make zoom and you have all the stars like points. It's a big change. Congratulations, Adrian.
Thank you.
With the new mount.
Yep, we'll continue working with it, and I'll be working with trying to do some composite images. To try and get longer exposures, and then combine them with a single exposure for the for the image, and then lay them on top of each other. So we'll see how it goes. But You have some pretty good equipment there, Scott. Now I gotta
Wow.
start adding
Always
stuff
this,
to it.
it's the skill of the astronomer that you know you can have. You know, we just try to build some equipment that is reliable. You know, and you know, so that's
it worked.
the deal.
You know, it went okay until it got too cold for my tablet that I was using to run the mount. Then the tablet shut down.
But they are working in a next software application for cell phones. I know that is now in the beta version.
That's gonna be
smart
great. Because the smartphone kept going. It'd have been nice to just take over with the smartphone there.
Yeah, you're keeping it in your pocket. You're keeping it warm. You know, it's
Yeah.
hard to put a whole tablet in your pocket, right?
Yeah, that doesn't work so well.
But great.
Okay.
Oh, the great red spot is visible in Jupiter right now for those that are out there looking up. My watch just told me so. So go look at the great red spot. Those of you that are looking using your telescopes.
All right. Good stuff. Love your you have a real arsenal. You're building all your skills and everything, and it's really nice to see.
Thank you. A lot of astrophotographers, and we'll move on. They're swearing whenever I show a picture with that Sony camera versus my Canon camera, they tend to tell me the Sony camera has a cleaner look to it. So I wonder if there's something to that. And I'll be taking some more images with both and seeing. Now the one that you saw that was stacked, that was the Canon. And you know, it's the modified for HA, and I thought it did a pretty clean job. So I guess it depends. Anyhow, back to you, Scott.
Great, thank you so much. Well, up next is Dr. Marcelo Souza up in Brazil. He has been working very diligently with the young astronomers of tomorrow, and also with a national park that's there in Brazil where they're trying to protect dark skies. So great to have you back on, Marcelo.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Now we
all.
can hear you.
Nice to meet you all.
Yes.
But, first, I would like to manifest my solidarity about what's happening with the tornado in the United States. And for us, when we hear about this kind of tragedies, we are very concerned about lives. I hope now in United States you don't have a lot of tragedy like this. I will share now, Scott, information about one person that lived in our city in the beginning of the 20th century. That few people know about him, and you see how important was his contribution for astronomy. Here is his name, João Batista de Seixas Tinoco. Let me see if I can change here. He born in June 3rd, 1874, and in June 3rd, 1908, he was accepted as a member of the Société Astronomique de France, the French Astronomical Society. And he was friend of Camille Flammarion and Jules Verne. And he was living in Campos, our city here in Brazil. You can imagine in the beginning of the 20th century, it was very difficult to have contact with other places from Campos. That's a city that is far from the Rio de Janeiro, the famous city of Brazil. And he sent reports to the magazine of the French Astronomical Society from 1908 to 1918. And he died in September 1969 in our city. I will show the contributions that he sent to the. Here he was indicated for the Astronomical Society by Camille Flammarion. Here is when he was. Here is the publication of the Astronomical Society in June 3rd, 1908. And Camille Flammarion that indicated him to participate in the Astronomical Society of France. And he was living in our city, and he works in nowadays is the mail service. Or in this period was the mail service, and was also, I don't know if it is correct in English, that is telegraph. Is this that you say in English? It's telegraph that you have in the past to send messages. He worked in the mail service here. He was amateur astronomer here in Brazil.
Wow.
What he did. Here you can see M. Seixas Tinoco from Campos, Brazil, observed in 50 October, the conjunction between Mars and the moon. 6 October, was very near the Mars, Saturn, and the moon. And also in 11 and 12 of October, a conjunction of Venus and Jupiter. He said all the from where that he observed, from the city of Campos, in a place that was far from downtown. You can imagine what is this in 1908. And this is one of the most important observations that he sent to this magazine of the Astronomical Society of France. It was the observation of the Halley comet. He was the last person in the world to send a report of the observation of the Halley comet.
Really? Oh,
yes. Wow. He saw the Halley comet in June 13, 1910. Was the last report of the observation of the comet.
Wow.
Here you see all the observation that he made from campus. Since he begins to observe the observation in May 18, and he observed until June 13.
That's fantastic.
And
so historical. I mean,
yes.
You know, I was as you brought this up, I started searching on the internet, and it was not easy to find information about him. So
yes, few people know about him, even in our city here. We did the research, and here is something that is fantastic from him. He sent contributions to the Astronomical Society of France during the war, the First World War. And here is a message to the friends of the Astronomical Society. They are thanking him to send a supplement for the contribution that everybody sends every year to the Astronomical Society of France. This was a message from in 1917. You see, few people in the world here.
Yes.
That they considered as friends, and you have here Seixas Tinoco here. And here again in 1919, they thanked him for the help that they sent to the Astronomical Society of France. And what was the most, and in Brazil, the astronomy here in Brazil in this period was most of the astronomers that work in Brazil lived in Rio de Janeiro. That is the capital. That was the place that the Astronomical Society of France had most of the Brazilian members. The second city with members in Brazil was Campos, after Rio de Janeiro. And you have other big centers in Brazil. due to the participation of him, because he indicated many members from our city to participate in the Astronomical Society of France. It was the second city in the beginning of the 20th century in Brazil with members in the Astronomical Society of France. That was one of the most famous society in this period.
Amazing.
And he changed messages with Camille Flammarion. Camille Flammarion sent a letter. I didn't find this letter, but his son wrote a book, a short book with histories. And one of the information that it was in this book, because say that Camille Flammarion said that he was the 6th amateur astronomer of the world, most important in the world in the period. I didn't find this letter, but the son wrote in his book about his father. And here, to prove that it was the last observation of the comet, here was a publication in the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada in 1979. And he said that while June 11 was last date on which the comet was seen without instrument at Iorg, it was seen until June 13 in Brazil, the Seixas Tinoco, 1910. He was the last person in the world to report the observation of the comet Halley in 1910.
Fantastic. So with no telescope, right?
No, he has a telescope here.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yes, he has. I don't know if he observed it with a telescope
until June 13. Okay, I get it now. I see.
But he has a telescope here in Brazil. I don't know if he used to see the comet Halley, because I need to read the report that he posted in the magazine of the Astronomical Society of France. But he had a telescope, and
that is a special observation. Being the last one to see it.
Yes.
The Halley's Comet in 1910 was feared around the world because they had recently discovered that there was cyanogen gas in the tail, and that the Earth was going to pass through the tail, and so there was lots of comet pills, comet gas masks, comet, all kinds of stuff to try to survive this, because some people really did think that that was going to be the end of humanity. So.
But I think that this observation was without instruments, and because I think that with instruments it was possible to see later. I think that I'm almost sure that it was an observation without an instrument, a naked eye observation.
Wow.
It was the last report in this period. But you see, it was published in a report about the visibility of Halley's comet. That they say that he was the last report of the observation of the comet. I don't know why, after 1918, he didn't send any new report to the Astronomical Society of France.
Oh.
All the report finished in 1918. After this, I didn't find any reports. I don't know what happened because I don't have information from his family. I talk with many members of his family, but most of the sons, I think that now all of them already dead.
Oh, so there are no more relatives.
Nothing about him. Only what I'm showing here. This
I
is the only picture of him because they said that they lost everything, including his telescope. I tried to find many things about him, but I have the certificate, a copy of the certificate that he received from France when he was accepted in the Astronomical Society of France.
Marcelo, it's very nice for you to honor him and to bring back the memory of this important astronomer. That's great.
Yes, few people know about him in Brazil. This is something that what was I think that's most important because he worked alone here in campus. He was the only astronomer here in campus in this period, and he motivated many people to participate in activities of astronomy. He did outreach activities in this period. That was a period that you don't have people putting telescope in the streets to see but I talked with his granddaughter, and she said that she remembered him inviting everybody to look to the sky with him in his telescope.
Oh, that's
then
nice.
I think fantastic, a great contribution for astronomy. And this is the images of the activities we realized here in Brazil as part of the project Young Stars of Tomorrow. Tomorrow, this Wednesday, we will have a ceremony because we chose 5 students from 6 cities of our region to participate in the team of the project. They are students from the fundamental schools and the high school from our region. We visited school during 3 months, and we chose 5 students to participate in the team. And tomorrow we will have a ceremony to present these students and to show the results that we had during the activities of the project this year. We are going to continue next year until October, but now we have a team with 9 students. These are the names of the students from 5 different seats. One of the seats we have only 5 scholarships for the students.
Oh, wow. Great.
All the scholarships was offered by the West Consulate, United States Consulate in Rio de Janeiro, all the scholarships. And then we have 9 students, 5 from high school and fundamental schools, and 4 that are university students that will receive support from the United States Consulate here in Rio de Janeiro. Now we have a big team, and we produce the first app for astronomy. We produce an app for the observation of variable stars. This is the first one that we developed here. That is an app I will show next time. Is an app that allows people to send the reports about the observation of variable stars here in Brazil. And we also give, every week we will show a picture with the magnitude of the stars near of the variable star, for them to make a test to estimate the magnitude of the star. Then this is the project that we are developing. And probably next week, we will have a fantastic news, the most important news of the year for us. Then I believe that soon we will have many people visiting us. I hope so.
I hope so too. That's great. That's great. Well, that was a very interesting presentation, Marcelo. Thank you. And I'm glad that, as I said before, I'm just really glad that you were able to show some of this information. Occasionally, we find such amateur astronomers in the United States too that were important, did important work, but almost no one knows who they are. So it's useful, I think, to honor
you
them.
have something that's important, Scott. I visited here the public archive, let's say, where you have the old newspapers here in our city, and I didn't find any mention about him in the newspaper, even during the observation of the Halley comets
Oh,
here in
wow.
our city. You don't have any information about him in the newspaper, even when they were in the period that people were observing the Halley comets here.
He
That's
is
something.
mentioned, and I sent you a link in chat, and I sent the audience a link of his observation from Harvard University. So apparently it somehow made it into Harvard's data.
Wow, great.
Yeah.
João Batista, he?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
There he
You
is.
found it. You found it.
I found him. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Fantastic.
It's
Fantastic.
interesting. Very
And
interesting.
he's famous outside Brazil.
Now, yes.
It's confirmed that he was the last one that observed the Halley comet by naked eye. This, I think, that is a true information, that he
Yeah.
was the last one to see the comet Halley with the naked eye, without instruments.
That's wonderful.
Thank you very much, guys. Nice
Thank
to meet
you,
all of you.
Marcelo. Thank
It's a
you.
great pleasure to be here.
Yes. And behind me over here is the telescope that your students will be using.
Wow.
So we have been doing upgrades to it and everything. So I
Great.
look forward to getting the object list that they wish to image, and we will start the work so your students
Wow.
can have access.
I will announce tomorrow that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so where are we? We have, I think that we are now going to take about a 10-minute break, and no, actually, let's have Cameron come on. Cameron, it's been a while since you've been on Global Star Party. I'm really glad that you were here during the entire event, so that's wonderful, and giving us commentary and stuff. So let's turn the camera and the stage over to Cameron Gillis and Cam Astronomy one more time.
Hey, thanks a lot, Scott. And, am I muted? No, you can hear me, right?
Nope, we can hear you. Yes.
Excellent. Great. I have two sessions open. One is my phone, and then the other one is my desktop. I'm actually on a work trip right now in Denver. So normally my home is Seattle, but thanks to Scott and Explore Scientific and this awesome virtual star party, we can do this anywhere, anytime. And I'm very happy to join. I have been definitely following along on all the global star parties, even though I haven't been online all the time. But it's great to be here. I've just been very, very busy with work, but there was a great opportunity to come back. So it's great to see everyone again, and I look forward to sharing my latest adventures. And let me share my screen here. Okay, yeah, I'm going to share the whole screen. Okay, good. Okay. So basically, let's just go and put this in presentation mode here. So Global Star Party 76. So I wanted to just dive right in and just, in the last 6 months, I've been a visual observer for all my life. And in the last year, and a lot of credit, I got to give Scott, this community here, Jerry, Kent, and of course, all my colleagues on this call, it really got me motivated and equipped.
Well, you motivated us too, so,
Thanks.
That's really great.
And you've said this before, Scott, the golden age of astronomy, right? I mean,
we're in it. We're in it right now. I mean, we've got a spacecraft touching the sun, and we've got spacecraft in interstellar space. We'll be on the moon again very soon.
Yes.
We have
James
rovers
Webb.
crawling around on Mars, and
yes.
It just makes my head spin, really. And we have the James Webb Space Telescope finally getting launched. It is just an incredible time.
The next week.
Yeah,
I mean,
next week. I've got both fingers, my fingers crossed, my toes crossed, my eyes crossed. I'm going to be holding my breath until that thing gets up into space and unfurled. So,
right on. No, it's great. I mean, and I look at this, and full disclosure. I mean, these are not, this is not by any means professional or anything. But I don't know about you, but when I was thumbing through astronomy magazine in the 80s and 90s, if I saw pictures like this, I'd be like, wow, pretty awesome. So I mean, to be able to do this, I am so happy that more people can take this journey and make the big transition from visual and complement that with digital astrophotography. It's really cool, and to be able to share this and share our experiences, and each go through our own personal journey. So this is just a collage of the last really 3 to 4 months of a couple of the highlighted images I've done, learning stuff like stacking, darks, flats, calibration for frames, getting my equatorial, my Exos 2. I've only had it for a couple of months, and doing guiding and learning about polar alignment, all that kind of stuff, which I've known about, I've learned about, but after watching a lot of the shows, seeing what everyone's doing, kind of getting enough confidence to be able to do it myself. And I wanted to kind of show in my setup now. I kind of went backwards. Most people start with a wide field, like what Adrian's doing is really cool. With the wide field, you get a really nice survey. You get you're able to frame the picture really nice. But I had ended up with the Schmidt-Cassegrain just after COVID struck in 2020. I got the C8 on an altazimuth mount before inventory shortages hit, and then I got so I started doing altazimuth go-to pictures, like 30-second exposures and get an astro image camera. And then now I have the Exos 2, and learned about auto guiding, because you absolutely need that when you have a high focal length. And even though the image scale and the it's a 1300 millimeter focal length, it's really zoomed in. A lot of these are, but I love galaxies. I love nebula, but I love galaxies. So this is perfect setup for me. And as you can see, even with M33, it's kind of really cropped in, but you managed to get a lot of stuff. So anyhow, what I'm going to go through is just like a mini tour of a couple of the latest ones, and a little bit about some of the things I've learned along the way. And I'll jump back and forth to my favorite Sky Safari app, so we can kind of do a little exploration and give you some context for each of those pictures. Let me just skip ahead. So 7331. I love this galaxy. I remember seeing it in my 18-inch Dob a number of years back. And it's so fun to see these companion galaxies on the side. And if we go to, let's see, I'm just going to move this out of the way. Give me a second. Move this thing out of the way. Yeah, move it down here, I guess. How do I get this thing? Oh, there we go. Then auto hide this thing. Anyhow, I'll move it down here. Okay, so this is October 29th. Okay, so this is the earliest we'll go back on at 8:30. So if I go to Sky Safari and I go to gotta move this out of the way again. Sorry about this, everyone. Okay, so go to October, and it's I gotta find out how to get rid of this thing. Sorry for me. I'm gonna hide video panel. Yeah, get it. Does it go? High floating. Yeah, there we go. Okay, sorry, it was just this thing was in the way blocking what I could see. Okay, so 10:31. So let's go. This will be smoother now. So 10:31 in the evening. So let's go backwards. 10:31. And then October 29th. So 29th. And this is 7331. 7331. There we go. This galaxy is magnitude 9.25, quite bright. So even a smaller telescope can see it. 47 million light years away. And it's, yeah, it's very nice. It's in the constellation of Pegasus. I'm going to zoom right in. So let's go center on object and zoom in. So just in the northern part of the Pegasus here. And it also has a nice friendly neighbor called Stephan's Quintet. So if you have a higher aperture, if you have a challenging image, that's a beautiful thing to image. But I only focus, because of my limited focal length, you can see the image scale. Let me just kind of show you what I got here. So the inner square is my, I'm using a ASI Air 183 Pro, so MC Pro. So I recently got a cooled camera. So that is a very narrow field of view crop sensor. So that's the image. The equivalent optically is putting a 13 millimeter Nagler on native focal length of 2000. So that gives you an idea of kind of a narrow field of view. It's about half a degree. And then this larger image field is taking that same camera 183 and putting it on an ED80, which has a 480 millimeter focal length. Just to give me, so when I have my ED80, I'll be able to take a wider shot and frame both Stephan Quintet and 7331 nicely. And then optically, that would be like putting the 13 millimeter Nagler on the ED80, and this large, beautiful, wide field visual image circle is putting my Explorer Scientific 40 millimeter 68 degree image. So it has like a 5 degree, so kind of like binoculars, if you will, to give you an idea. So as you can see, as I was mentioned earlier, you know, starting with a focal length of, you know, Schmidt-Cassegrain, 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain with, I have a focal reducer, so it's 1280 millimeter focal length. That's pretty long. And there's a lot of challenges that come with that when you're imaging, including, you know, periodic error, you know, drift, declination drift, you have to get polar alignment. There's a lot of things that I needed to do to be able to do these images. And they're not the greatest pictures, but at least I have the fundamentals so that now I can start to make nicer pictures. I spend more time at it. So anyhow, that's 7331. So let's go back to the picture. And this is a stack, a live stack snapshot, 3 times 3 minutes. So I only got 3-minute exposures, but the significance is now I can track above 30 seconds. So that's good. So there's nice round stars. Another thing I'm learning about, there's a nice little galaxy up here too. Another thing I'm learning about is, you know, I might want to, because of the image scale, I might want to bin 2 by 2, for example. 183 has a very small pixel size. So it's like probably half an arc second, which you really want to be between 1 to 2 arc seconds. So I'm figuring I'm probably going to go 2 by 2 binning, and I'm going to have to redo all my calibration frames. But these are all the things I've been learning over the last couple of months. But this is my initial shot. Again, only 9 minutes of total integration time. Here is M33 photobombed. You know, we're all worried about you know, Starlink and all that kind of stuff, but you know, nothing beats a 747 crossing the path. And yeah, a beautiful, nice streak here, nice and straight, you know, clean. But you know what's cool is, as bright as that is, look at this, the galaxy still shines through, so I'm happy, but it's kind of interesting to see that. So I did it again a day later, and this time I really wanted to push them out. So let's to long period. So let's actually, before I go to this image, go to M33 here. Center on that guy. So that's in the constellation of Triangulum. And if you look at, again, see the image scale, this crops it down. So again, an ED80 would be a beautiful frame, right? You'd get it nice proportionally, about 1/3 of the size. So, I can't wait. When we have the ED80, it's going to be, this shot's going to be beautiful. But for now, pretty darn good. You can get a lot of detail. This is exactly an hour of integration time. And I wanted to really test the tracking and the, my guiding. And if you can see up here, my guiding, you'll notice I have the guide graphs in all of these pictures. I'm typically around one arc second with RMS, with both the right ascension and declination. So sub-arc second in any one axis, but the total tangential drift is within 1 arc second. Still pretty darn good. So good enough considering seeing conditions. So I'm happy. I can definitely do better, but I figured that because of my image scale and because of atmospheric, I'm usually getting around 2 arc seconds. This is very, very good. And good enough, right? That's the whole point of it, is to be able to polar line quickly enough and get the maximum capability based on seeing conditions. So this one here, I blew it out, as you can see, but I'm really happy to be able to see all the nebulosity. A bit grainy. I can probably, the next thing I'm going to probably start doing is dithering, where you can basically offset the noise and cancel it out. Snap, so that will help as well. But it's pretty good. Then let's go to 891. I love NGC and 811 NGC.
Oh yeah.
This is a beautiful galaxy.
Yeah,
it's
891 and NGC 4565 are just they're just science fiction like galaxies. They're just so beautiful.
Oh yeah, and what's really neat, it's a very ghostly galaxy, so it's very sensitive to light pollution. But boy, oh boy, if you can get to a dark sky, it's 3D. It's like it's awesome. I mean, if you ever get a chance to look through a large daub in a dark sky, go to check this out. You're gonna love it. It's also in a very rich star field as well, so it really pops out, and it's like poof, and you really see this dust lane very well pronounced. It's quite large too, as you can see, 13 by 3 arc meter. That's huge, and it's bright, but it's spread out, so it's very low surface brightness. 32 million light
years away.
Yeah. And so here's my image. Only 2 5-minute exposures. I was having some problems with my guiding. I realized that I didn't do the polar alignment so great. What happened is, I was still getting around 1 arc second of deviation on my tracking, but what was happening is somehow the resolving was not good, so it would drift out, and I attributed that to I have to recalibrate my guiding depending if I make a huge swing in declination. That changes the rate in which the guiding has to track. So I needed to basically compensate for that. I didn't do that here, but all part of lessons learned, right? So this is only 10 minutes, but boy, pretty nice, and you can see the other thing on 1030. Let's take a look at 1030 at 2. What happened there? So let's center on this guy. So here's 891. It's up in Andromeda, and if we take a look at its specs, I think we already looked at, yeah, 32 million light years. So here we go. So if I look at the date, it was second, so that was October 30th. So at 10:25. That's good enough. Okay, so if we look at this, let's see where the moon was. Oh, the moon wasn't in there. Okay, so it must have been, you can see there's a little bit of offset. You can kind of see this brightness here. I think this was because it was getting close. There's a neighbor light that's in that direction, and I didn't do my calibration frames. So I think that's the reason why there's a bit of shift on this, brighter in the right, bottom right. Anyhow, let's continue. Cocoon Nebula. So this is my image. Let's go to IC 5146, or we can just look for Cocoon. Let's go Cocoon. There we go. There it is, IC 5146. Quite a bit, you know, bright, but very diffused. Bright in terms of absolute magnitude, but very, very diffuse. Doesn't show the distance for some reason here, but this is a beautiful object, very subtle, difficult to see visually, and also difficult to photograph, by the way, if we center on it. So it's a good, back in Cygnus. But I wanted to do, if we take a look at the time that I took this picture, it was 10:31 at 23:23. So 10:31, 23, 20. So I was doing a swing. That's good enough. So you can see I'm past the meridian and it was overhead. So this is part of the fun about having an equatorial mount. I don't have to worry about zenith. Like normally, you know, all these images that were passing over zenith to me before I had my equatorial mount, my alt-azimuth, it was basically a dead zone. You can't really use alt-azimuth. Too much image rotation, and basically the mount just craps out. It just won't work above 60 degrees altitude. But once you got the equatorial, I'm swinging all over the place. I'm getting everything in its prime location directly over zenith. And then, anyhow, continuing with the Cocoon Nebula, center on that again. Zoom in. That's in Cygnus on the far eastern side. And let's talk about, so this was at 20 minutes of a total exposure. And you can see a little bit of the fainter, darker nebulosity. You see a little bit of color, texture. But here's an example where I really think 2x2 binning would really help, because the stars are really bloated, and because of the signal to noise that you want to, and the well depth, you want to be able to take advantage of more pixels per bin, per area. So that's what I'm going to have to try out. But this is a Cocoon Nebula shot. Then I did something completely different. I went to the double cluster. So wonder if it does a double cluster. See if it does good. So 886, we'll go to 869. These guys are only 6.8 thousand light years away. So obviously within our galaxy, much closer, very bright, beautiful, beautiful object, wonderful. And I love to, I want to get really good at, and this is in the constellation of Perseus, right between, halfway between the tip of Perseus and Cassiopeia. You can just basically, when you're using binoculars, just go to the end of this triangle, go to the W, and then bang, it's right there. So beautiful object, nice to find. And then you frame this, and you can see this is where an ED80 comes in beautifully. It would frame nice, but long focal length telescopes have a tough time seeing both, and that really impacts your overall experience. But what I did is I made two pictures, each 4 by 30 seconds, and you know, it shows the star colors nice. I kind of overlap them. You can see they're different, not totally done very nicely. But you know, again, with 2x2 binning, that will really make it even more beautiful. But just a beautiful cluster. Move to M1. As you can see, we're moving gradually east as the sky and the seasons progress. Also, my number of days go down dramatically in the Pacific Northwest. So I'll take anything, even if there's a moon out, and that's what I'll be getting to. So M1, now we're in Taurus. And if I look at that guy, again, famous supernova remnant, discovered in 1054. I even remember that year, Chinese astronomers. And we've seen the cool animation of this guy, the 10-year animation of photographs. That's amazing, right, Scott? I mean, that's just awesome. It continues to expand. So just think, over 1,000 years, it went from a star to this. And you're going to continue to see this, in another 1,000 years. It's going to, it's going to start to look like, a Cygnus loop or something.
Twice as big. Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's only it's around the 6,000. In the thousands of light years is all within our galaxy arms. So that's cool. Pretty bright, but it's large enough to be kind of diffuse, but very pronounced. But it's very sensitive to moonlight. And if I go to this is only 2 times 5 minutes. I think it was the same tracking area where it was having plate solving issues. But anyhow, you can see some of the filaments. It's not the best picture, but it was at least I could see the filaments, which you definitely have. You need a large scope to be able to see that. But you will see like this patchiness as a gray patch with the pronounced S shape. Usually, even in a smaller scope, I think 6 inch is pretty good. 8 inch, of course, very clear. Okay. And of course, the Orion Nebula, we all love it. Let's go M42. And here's a nice shot. Yeah. Anyway, it's 1.4 thousand light years away. Very super bright, 4 magnitude. This is like an amazing object. You can see it with you can even take a snapshot probably with your smartphone if you zoom in. You can see this with binoculars, even moonlit. You can see the inner part of the nebulosity, super easy. But it's an interesting test because there's such a dynamic range of nebulosity here that, and we all know that the center around the trapezium gets blown out. That's why visually,
so easily blown out.
You can easily blow it out. So I tried to get to the threshold where I'm not blowing it out. You can barely see the trapezium. This is only 30-second subs. You can see how smooth it is because your signal to noise is blown out of the water, so you hardly have any noise. This is only 30 seconds. So, but in order to get the outer nebulosity, you're going to have to blow this guy out. So this shows you how amazing our eyes are, right? When you see it visually, especially in a large scope, you can see all this filamentary structure and more, and the trapezium and everything. Very beautiful detail. And so, eventually I can imagine, imaging systems that allow dynamic matrixing of dynamic range, so that you can kind of do what the Hubble Space Telescope does, right? Where you can take a wide image and it just has that ability to have that dynamic range and not blow things out. But anyhow, with some sort of transform. But this is my image, only a minute and a half. And then I took another one where I blew it out and I wanted to see what that does. And this is just a single 1 minute sub. And, but you can see the field of view, it's framed. But I love this, I especially love this thing you can see visually, this reflection, this cloud with an 8 inch pretty easily. That's such a satisfying thing to see. And of course you can see this with its kind of like poke holes here. I love this this little angular piece here. And of course how the arms reach out. It's just beautiful. And you can even see this part here with an 8 inch on a moonless night. So you start to see a lot of that. But anyhow, this is my picture. Everyone's seen it, but I just wanted to see mainly to see the dynamic range. Now, we get to
Mhm.
this is something I am really proud of. I know it kind of makes me not feel bad, but there's a lot of imagers will say, "Oh yeah, Horsehead is the easy thing to image." But as I
Not
mentioned
really.
in previous global star parties, I have never seen nor imaged the Horsehead Nebula. This is a very significant milestone for me personally. To be able to, for the very first time, have my own image of the Horsehead. And just to give you an idea of the sky conditions, let's actually go. There's a story behind this. So it's going to be November 17th. So let's go November 17th. November 17th. And it was at, actually, let's go 18th and we'll go backwards. Or we'll go, no, set to go 16th. Right. 16th, and then we'll go forwards. There we go. So, and it was at midnight, at 12:30 in the morning. Around 12:30. And we go, let's just actually go to the Horsehead. All right. Horsehead. Go there. And then basically, now, when I'm going to zoom back out here, you see where the moon is? The moon is right in Aries, and basically that was the clear night. And then if I move forward in time, 2 more days, that was when the eclipse, the lunar eclipse was. Now, I had cloudy days on both sides of this image, okay? So when I was like, well, I'm gonna try it. Moon's out, who cares? It was really high humidity because of like I said, rainstorms on both sides. I didn't get a chance to see the lunar eclipse, but I saw it on the video stream, so that was cool. But the moon, was there, and also at 12, I had already been doing about 4 hours of imaging. What I was showing you before with a lot of different stuff. So at 12:30, the dew was everywhere. I had a dew shield, but that didn't matter because the corrector plate was starting to fog up. I didn't realize until after I took the picture how much it was fogged up. My guide scope was having dew dripping on it. The protection. So what you're seeing here is 25 minutes, right? And I was wondering, you see this texture here. There's a little bit of texture on this. This is the product of dew and the moon. So when the dew forms on your corrector plate or on your optics, and you have a moon pointing in one direction, you'll notice these are tangential, or they're perpendicular to the direction that the moon is. The moon is up here to the top right, and you can see these little greens. So I found that was rather, because I've seen this before in another image I took in another time. And so I got it. I got the Horsehead. I could see the stuff. And then I took an image again a week later. But this time, no, the moon was on the other side. It was still bad timing. If I go to the 23rd, let's go to the 23rd. Yeah, this is even worse. See, the moon is up here now. There is a Horsehead Nebula. There is the moon.
Yeah.
And you can see, but
because he had a lot of obstacles to get through.
Oh yeah, this is Seattle. I mean, you do what you can.
And you had a city. Yeah, that's right.
But I am so thrilled. I don't care, this is not an awesome picture, but hey, I got the Horsehead. You can see the detail. You can see 2023 here. You can see, some of the different, you can see dark piece here, some of the other nebulas. You can see how this has a different shade. And you can imagine on a moonless night, one of these days, maybe one of these years, and I start to stack it. I do some binning. I'm gonna get a really nice shot, but I'm just thrilled to be able to actually capture it, and I just wanted to share that. So if I go now, my last image is a tribute to our friends in Argentina. You guys are so lucky. You have the Sculptor Galaxy. I know, Maxi was showing it off multiple times. It's like, yeah, no problem. It's directly overhead or whatever. For me, let me show you where the Sculptor. So 253. Let me search for 253. 253. No, I have to go NGC 253. Sorry. Go back. NGC. There we go. Sculptor Galaxy. Okay. Super bright, right? It's bright if you have a high enough off the horizon. But I'll show you how high it is off the horizon for me. 12 million light years away, pretty close. So now we're going to go to it, and way down here, it's at the threshold of. Now I'm going to show you. This is with the equatorial mode, so it doesn't show the horizon. Let me just quickly turn on the horizon for everyone, and you can see. I'm going to go. Yeah, I'm going to use this. I'm at 47 degrees. Yeah, that's good. And then we go coordinates. Yeah, let's choose horizon. Yeah, I think that's all I need to do. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let me center on it again. There we go. Okay, and what day was this? This was 11:23 at 10:03. Okay, so 10:03. Oh, sorry. A little bit of a delay here. One thing about BlueStacks, it's a little bit slow. I'm going to be getting a new computer, and then we'll be faster. But anyhow, look at how low this is. This is only. It's only.
Very low.
How many degrees? Actually, I'm going to change one more thing. Gonna go telescope. Where is it? Here we go. Altazimuth. Yeah, this is altazimuth. Yeah, see, altitude only 14 degrees. 14 degrees off the horizon, and I have my house right here, and the neighbor has a light, all that kind of stuff, wonderful obstacles, never mind the rain and all that. And then this is what, but I got 2 2-minute subs. Sure, it's noisy as heck, but boy, oh boy, there's no chance of doing this visually. I can tell you that, to be able to see the texture in the spiral. This just makes me thrilled. I mean, this is beautiful EAA, right? I mean, it's not a work of art, but from a capability perspective, this is just wonderful to be able to do, and have that satisfaction. This is like better than what you can see any chance visually. So that's how I end. So thank you so much. I know it took some time, but it's been a while, and I definitely want to.
Yes, it has.
Share with everyone. Yeah, it's great to and I'll continue to get better. But what's happening now is very, very few clear nights. I haven't had a clear night for a couple of weeks now. This was my last chance, but that's okay. I'm now going to organize my stuff, but thank you, Scott. Thank you for making this possible, and
thank you.
Thanks everyone. This community is awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, I tell you what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we're going to come back for some after party, and then call it a night. Okay, so let's take 10 minutes, and we'll be right back.
Thanks. So Maxi, not as good as your Sculptor Galaxy, but oh, you're on mute. Oh, hey, Maxi.
Yeah. Now I put my microphone up and it cuts the signal. So what I told you that you got in camera and you're taking picture to another galaxy. So you feel lucky with that. Even doing only one sub, that's all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It takes you there in the journey, and it's. But the other part is, hey, that's how it starts. It starts with one sub, and then you get better at it, and then you can make it will only improve, right? I mean, you start to learn how to overcome the obstacles and work in your favor.
Yeah. And also when you doing well, when you're starting to guiding and take pictures of more time, and then when you stack in it and you do the calibration, you realize that okay, this is the way. So you keep still in practice, and of course you have too much to do without pictures. So even maybe if you having a couple minutes with the cameras that we have in now, they are amazing. So
oh yeah, they're really sensitive. Yeah.
You know, I'm wondering when we have again the planetary season the next year. I can even imagine what you're going to do with that camera and that scope. I can. What I'm going to say to you: save space in your hard drive disk.
Why do you think I'm getting a new computer?
This is completely opposite of taking deep sky pictures. You are going to do videos and taking those frames and stacking, processing, but in those videos, when you process them using, for example, the software PIPP or PIP, how we call it here, you will get maybe what 40 gigabytes of one video that it maybe have, I don't know, 40 megabytes. So that's why you have to save space and see what you get with that videos, and not record only once, because right now you can do the rotation with WinShubos, and also to get more info and get sharpless the planet. And with that scope that you have, with the focal length and the aperture that you having, oh man.
No, you're right. For those reasons, I haven't got into that yet, but I'm learning, you know, through osmosis. I'm learning by watching these programs. And when you say PIP, like I didn't know what that meant before, like 6 months ago, but now I know why you need things. This is the thing. As you go through this journey, you don't just, you can get all this stuff, but it's good to know why you're getting the stuff.
Yeah.
Like PIP is what I've learned, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Maxi, but basically what PIP does is it actually reduces the amount of wasted processing. It basically makes a box around the planet, and basically cuts out all the extraneous video that's black, and basically it stays focused. So you basically, even if you're not tracking, it will basically realign. I'm not saying it's going to make the picture smaller, But what it does is basically makes the image so that Lucky Imaging can process it in a standard way. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you can
It crops
configure it
right?
out. When you crops the video with PIP, it will get centered, but not always. But if you are doing videos, it doesn't matter because when you stack in, well, I use auto. Oh, I don't remember the name. Auto Stacker 3.0 version. When you select those frames, that of course where is the planet, and you mark those points, even if it's the planet in a corner or more down, it doesn't matter because it will get stuck in that place. Obviously, if you are taking pictures of Jupiter and you have some moons and the moons get out of that square, well, you will not get too many information. But if you having the planet there, there is no problem.
Yes, no, you're right. And then what I'll do is, like you say, I'll be going to the native focal length. Right now I'm using an f6.3 reducer for to get the, to help with the flatness and getting the maximum field of view. But when I go to planetary, to your point,
now you have to go more deep.
I'm going to go full length. Yeah, exactly. Full focal length. And it may be even a Barlow. And then it's not so critical, the tracking, I understand, since it's a video and you're taking really small. As long as it's within, you don't even need to worry about guiding, I guess, right? I mean, it
does. Well, I was guiding maybe 2 or 3 times, I remember, but when I was recording, I remember that the planet was going because of the dithering configuration is going up and then down and then down and then up, and it's like that, like this. Even that I was guiding because it was dithering. It was considered I was doing deep sky pictures. So
you didn't turn off dithering.
Yeah. So, but you are recording, so it doesn't matter. Of course, you need to get a really good polar alignment, and also remember that you are having a lot of focal length in that scope. So if you have a little bad position of the polar alignment, maybe in a minute it will be out of that field of view. So
yeah, we'll just drift out. Yeah. Yes.
And also you will get to find that target with that focal length. Is very difficult sometimes. But
yeah, I mean, this is the biggest thing. I mean, as a visual observer, I mean, I used to just use Telrad and you had a wide field scope or something. So you always had a way to optically, and I used manual, right? I wouldn't use even GoTo. I mean, so I could easily adjust and push and adjust quickly. But when you're working with imaging system, the image scale is already cropped. So it's not the same as an eyepiece. So you're already working with a smaller field of view. And,
exactly.
And then on top of that, if you start barlowing it, getting rid of the focal reducer, I can imagine like one little touch, and it's like, where the heck? And also you get disoriented.
You will have to help with the find the scope.
Yes.
And that's when you find it.
That's why you want, I got my RASC rings, right? You need the rings, so you make sure that the shorter focal length scope is bang on centered, so that when you do lose it, you can quickly find it. Yeah.
Well, we're back. We're back,
You
folks.
bet.
So this is officially what we call the after party here. And so those of you that are still watching, feel free to ask questions or to interact with our guests. But somewhere back there is still César. There he is. And Cameron
All right.
is, of course,
Hi.
here. And Maxi.
We still wake up.
Nathan's still back there watching or listening or something. So,
All right. So we were just talking about Maxi's is getting me all hooked up on. Hey Nathan. All right, good stuff. Thanks for hanging around. So we were just talking about planetary. He's getting me. He said, "Hey, you have a long focal length telescope. I'm learning about tracking and all. No problem. Let's just do a planetary and start filling up the hard drive with lucky images and processing."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, when you process the image, prepare to get warm with your PC because it will get
use it as a
working
heater, sure.
a lot.
It's going to be giving out a lot of exhaust. Yeah. No, actually, that's the thing. I 3 months ago, actually, I ordered my new i7, with SSD hard drive, 16 gig of RAM. Nice machine. But guess what? There's not coming. It hasn't come. It's stuck on a ship, probably in LA. On the dock.
They're floating.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So I have firsthand experience on, one of the worst delays, because that's something I really need. I have a very tired 5-year-old computer. Yeah, it's I don't even want to tell you, it's barely working. So I'm avoiding doing planetary image processing or any heavy stacking. I'm taking advantage of the live stacking of the ASI Air for now. But then eventually, I guess you could use SharpCap, right, on your PC to do kind of the same thing, right? You can use
I for doing what? Planetary or deep sky?
No, EAA. I mean, I really like the idea of doing live stacking, like basically taking advantage of CPU power to do this, to do the image processing as you're watching it, as you're doing it. So that way, when you're finished, you say, "Yeah, that looks good," and then you save the image, while you're watching it. I really am a fan of that.
Maybe in that case, it's going to be more like, well, I don't use live stacking because you will need more later the I don't know how to say it, the flats, the darks between that's prepare for every subs that you take to get the good information.
So Maxi, the way I handle it, sorry to interrupt you. That's exactly so. So what I've learned is about master darks,
master flats,
master you can't do master bias.
A library of masters.
Flats. Flats, I can only do one flat. For some reason, I cannot stack and create a master. So I just take one of my flats. And that's sufficient.
But remember that when you do flats, if you move your camera,
if you rotate it, then that explains my bad pictures. You saw my pictures. It's because I rotated the camera. Yeah, it's exactly right. It's exactly right. Yeah, and but what I learned is that if instead of doing real-time stacking of, let's say, 20 darks or 20 bias or 100 bias frames, right? What I do is I create a master. I stack those, create a master of each of those, and that allows my Raspberry Pi, my low-powered ASI Air Pro, to actually just deal with the master. And then to your point, the other thing that you need is you need to have a cooled camera, so that you can calibrate and do all your darks and your bias at -20 degrees Celsius during the day.
Yeah.
which is what I do. And this is, I think, what Molly was talking about in another GSP. She said every year she does a full set of master darks and master flats and master bias. She has that library, and then you have a whole bunch of images, but then you end up with only a couple, three per config, right? One dark, one flat, and one bias. Once you have that, then you're set. You can switch, but you have to. This is the other thing. I am very resistant now to changing my optical train. I have my telescope set up.
Yeah.
Because I've calibrated it now. It's ready to go. I don't want to touch it now. I don't even want to take out the filter.
It's so much work to tweak and tweak and tweak until you get it there, and you don't want to mess with it.
Exactly. So like,
and that allows you to be more productive, with that.
So Scott, this is your evil plan, right? So you can have you can sell a whole bunch of mounts and a whole bunch of telescopes.
Hey, I didn't invent this kind of scenario. I just am one of the guys that helps supply the gear, so that's all.
Sure, Scott, sure. No, that's why I will be.
César does the same thing. We are.
I'm gonna get an Exos 100. I'm gonna get a GM.
All of the needs of the astronomers, so.
Yeah. So what I tried to do to help is I'm going to piggyback on my Exos 2 scopes, have them fully calibrated, and that will be my main system. But I can see in the future wanting to get the Exos 100 or what César has, right? Nice and grab and go, keep that configured, and then you have a nice wide field. And this is what Adrian can do too with the camera. That's a beautiful setup. And then on the other side, one of these days I wouldn't mind getting like a RASC 11 or a 11-inch. Those are beauties, and then put that on a GM11. Oh, yeah, that would be nice. But one thing I've learned is the journey and anticipating this. When you recognize what this does for you and you see the benefits, it's nice to be able to see the building blocks, because you don't appreciate, like, you can go out there and buy and spend tens of thousands of dollars on astronomy gear, but you won't know why it's $10,000, right? Until you go through the journey. It's like for example, 2400 MC Pro, an ASI 2400 MC Pro. What a beautiful, beautiful imaging sensor. It's a full frame, right? Massive wide field of view.
Yeah.
Great pixel depth, 16-bit, all that beautiful stuff. Why I wouldn't go out there and spend $3,500, $4,000 just on an imager, right? If I didn't know what it does. When you start working with the lower end stuff, and you start appreciating,
start to squeeze every drop of performance.
You start to see why you want to spend that money, because and what it gets you, and then you start to do a cost benefit analysis and say, is it worth it, right, for that? And it really makes you appreciate the different scales. And I could be quite happy saying, maybe I don't need that, but I could see in the future there's a reason. Like, do you want to get a lower focal length scope, or do you want to get a wider imaging camera? Because you can get the same result with getting a wider, a wider image scale. Like if let me just show you, now that we're talking about. So if I share my screen, yeah. So what I'm talking about, you start dreaming about this stuff, and it's so much rain in Seattle in the winter. You start thinking about the future. And so, for example, let's just take Pleiades, right? And you can see my screen. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. So here we go. So with an f6.3, let me just make this cleaner here, and let's put in some of the good stuff. So I'm going to take care of my eyepieces. And let's put in, let's just put in the, okay, so here we got, okay, so we got ASI, we'll stick with the 183 for the triplet and the 6. Okay, so that's good. Let's add, here we go. Look at what this can do. Yeah, and even this. Nah, let's not get it too confusing. Okay, let's go. So what you're seeing now, okay, watch this. Here's the Pleiades with 183 at with the f6.3 focal, so focal length of 1280 on my 8-inch Schmidt Cassegrain. Okay, that's what it does. This is the same sensor, the same imager on an ED80. Okay, so you can nicely frame the Pleiades. But look at what the 2400 does. The 2400 on the same ED80. Look at this beautiful, juicy field of view, right? It's like 3 times the size because it's a full frame compared to a crop sensor. So basically, but obviously you're going to need a field flattener because you're going right to the edge, right? And then, of course, if a flattener reducer is going to make it even wider. And then you start looking at image scale and all that kind of stuff, and pixels, arc seconds per pixel, and that. But the point is that you start evaluating. Okay, do you want a NASA, or do you want, you want to spend 3,000, 4,000 on a RASA, or do you want to get just on the ED80, just stick with a nicer sensor? You know what I mean? So that's what I started realizing, and there's a lot of things to factor in. Of course, then you need good tracking, but you can go with an Exos 100 and have beautiful tracking and take long exposures with a wide field to compensate for the smaller aperture. But focal length is focal length. So again, a RASA 8 is equivalent to an ED80 as far as focal length. It's f2 compared to f5 or something like that with ED80. So from a focal length, but you have way more aperture. So your exposure time is going to be shorter with the same sensor. So anyhow, all these things you start exploring. But I digress. I just wanted to share that. Let me stop sharing again. But yeah. So, and then there's the other way, Maxi, like we were talking about earlier, planetary cameras. Now you're looking at frames per second, and raw processing power. I want to be able to, Cesar, the images of the moon that you showed. Oh my gosh, those were absolutely gorgeous, right? I mean, yeah. with the Mac, and did you do any lucky imaging, or are those just snapshots?
No. We took lapses of video, and everyone that go to the computer. The funny fact was that we was working in the astronomy outreach, the meeting, showing to the people, explain to the people about the things in the sky, but every volunteer that go to the computer put the button in the software of how do you say that? I don't remember the name of the software. Well, start video or start recording. My friend Fernando, when in his home, when he opened the computer, he found 50 videos, 50 videos of the moon, and of course that he chose the best for its lucky image. Of course, are all videos. Everyone knows that they needed to recording videos of maybe 700 frames, 1,000 frames. It's something that you talk about, the Schmidt Cassegrain telescope or Maxi telescope. The people sometimes don't know the difficult that is take pictures with this telescope, because, for example, the Maxutov, do you have the same focal length than 2 meters long tube, and the angle, and I use the EXOS 100. That is crazy. But you know, you using this real telescope with a very huge focal length, it's a challenge. And maybe you, Cameron, you feel like in your comfort zone because you started with alta-azimuth mounts, but now you are going to a great way to using the EXOS 2, guiding, and maybe in the future say, okay, I can put more calibrations lags, but it's something that it's a way without go back, and it's a great thing. I have a picture that, you know, I working with a group that is starting again with his observatory. It's a friend group or group of friends that one of these friends bought bought us to our company 9 years ago, a 14 inches edge celestron telescope. But you know, the fun fact is that this guy don't have any idea, nothing. He, I confess that he paid me to go, and he told me, please, I pay you to teach, because we need that you teach us how use this telescope. But well, we install the telescope. We give as he have a manufacturing facilities. He make toilet paper. He's a very rich. Okay. It's a genius. It's a genius. I love, because the process of the toilet paper
during the pandemic.
Absolutely. No. Yes, we are talking about actually, Scott. I talking with him about make a very soft, clean, and it's with a special things in the chemical
for lens cleaning
and
tissue.
chemical for lens cleaning tissue. Because yes, we changed the you know, I teach him astronomy and how they use
tissues have fiberglass in them, you know, and high abrasive kind of fibers, and so
yes, we are
difficult to get good tissue.
Sure, and he knows how to make something without this chemical or physical things that, of course, that in cleaning papers is very important. And it's great because in the first day you have a monster in your well, like he have a huge facilities, manufacturing facilities. I saw him the sketch for the dome, and he made in his the dome as I'm give you the, you know, the directions, the all about that. And he have a huge observatory with 4 meters dome in his home and a 14 inches telescope. Grow with friends. They are very, very interested to learn how to use that. But it's and he had closed the observatory by 8 years. It's a craziness. I started again. When he told me, I thought that maybe why the pandemic. His guy is told me again, you know, maybe 3 years. I think that maybe 3 years the observatory was closed. No, when we open the computer before many times to say, okay, but this Windows is not 10, it's very old. Why? And when we found the folders, they had 2012.
Wow.
8 years close. Well, I need to disassemble the plate, the corrector plate, because receive water and lubrication from the dome in a rain, and the telescope was completely foggy. You know that I need to carry my chemicals products to clean completely the plate, and you know that is so. Yes, I close completely the dome in a day without wind, and I carry a lot of equipment to clean, a compressor, air compressor, you know, water, distilled water, acetona, well, another chemical for cleaning, because you have not only it's foggy with grease. How do you say? Like
grease.
Grease. Yes.
Yeah.
Horrible. Well, I cleaned this. I assembly again the corrector plate. I'm calibrate the telescope again, and I have a picture. I have the first picture at the group. Say, wow. Let me show you. Sorry.
While you're doing that, César, it's like we talked about before. There's no substitute to experience and the appreciation of what that can do. You know, you have a beautiful instrument that, you know, in the right hands, it will be really appreciated. And I, you know, I have a story I'll say after you finish yours, but I'll tell you about my going from large telescopes back to smaller and the technology, because the best telescope is the one you use, and as you start to appreciate and have that experience, you know what go-to does for you, right?
Yes,
absolutely. You start to you know, it's kind of like our kids today. They start with the internet. They start with tablet. They do touch screen. They don't understand, right, what we were working with before, right? They have that instant thing.
That's nice.
It's important to have them experience and get some raw astronomy in their visual, just with binoculars, basic stuff, you know, get them,
absolutely.
You know, and then you start to get an appreciation for the incremental pieces, and then you're ready.
Yes, and absolutely, Cameron, and nothing is magic. And these guys have the problem that have maybe one of the hugest telescope that in the commercial field, and they don't know how works the smaller telescope. Well, this is to share with the group. Here, this is an Orion picture of my I had a 9 evolution telescope with a 9.25 inches. Yes. Look the difference. This one is it's a picture that I took in my rooftop here in Buenos Aires. Here is a single, not a single picture. It's a maybe 6. Yes, it's a no more than six takes, six likes of maybe 7 seconds, 800 ISO, and I couldn't explain that this is incredible, because, for example, here do you have a line that you can see with it 14 inches. And this one is something for me was it's difficult to explain to the people that have an incredible things that is not for everybody. Take in 6 single pictures, put only with a deep sky stacker, you know, and process a little. This amount of details. And
well, I mean, let's put it this way: a C14, you don't only want to see the color in the Orion Nebula, and that's it. I mean,
it is the difference.
You got to use it for planetary, like Christopher Go. I mean, that's awesome. It's absolutely awesome for that. But you have to understand, okay, the two currents and cooling and all kinds of, you know, atmospheric dispersion, and then the other thing is super awesome for galaxies. Super awesome for galaxies.
Yes.
But
yes.
Most important though, and this is where I'll tell you my story. Mount. Got to have an awesome mount. Without a good mount, forget it. It's like native focal length of what, 4,000 millimeter? It's huge, right?
Yeah. Yes. This I don't have the focal reduction because this guy.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
Yes, it is an f10. Look, Maxi too. Here, for example, I needed to compare these pictures because this is a huge telescope. This one.
Yeah.
But this one have maybe a processor, sorry, of maybe 14 minutes. The first pictures. This one have only maybe less than 1 minute. And here, for example, here you don't have any stars, and here do you have one. The trapezium is really more separate, and here you don't have nothing around the trapezium, and here do you have a lot of stars in this area.
You know what, César? I was saying that
it's not magic, it's optics.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. It's like what's so pleasing is even when I was doing 3-star alignment with an 8-inch compared to like a 4-inch, when you can see on bright stars, you see all the fainter stars that are like 13th, 14th magnitude.
And in that place, there are almost proto-solar systems. They are forming.
Exactly. Right on, Maxi. And you start to see the fainter stars. That just makes the whole experience so much more beautiful. I mean, right, César? I mean, and Maxi, you can see that, like you say, all those fainter stars, and you look at this, and you also have the color more pronounced.
Yes. How you can see that here have more processing this picture, and here we have a picture that only I don't finish the color correction, but you have in only 6 single lights stacked. Some calibration takes like darks and flat. And bias. Sorry. Do you have an incredible amount of details? Yes, here I can see this bubble, but here you start to see these bubble stars that are boring stars. But this is the things that I say, come on, you have a telescope for a telescope for an observatory of a university in your home.
Yes.
You have idea. This is not easy sometimes to explain to the people, because sometimes the people say, okay, I can see colors and points. No. But these colors and these points are really different. Maybe
it just adds so much more depth. And again, there's that appreciation again. If you don't have the building blocks, if you didn't go down the path, it's kind of like it's like basically climbing a mountain, but you're at the peak instantly, right? It's like, okay, it's nice, but you don't appreciate the whole scenery along the way, the journey, right? It's and then you connect the dots and you see what all those pieces are. Like you say, if you just take those images you showed, that now you can see the colors start to become richer, and you can start to see more of the 3D of those protoplanetary discs, right? That Maxi was talking about as well. I mean,
And
it's awesome.
yes, yes. Well, for me, it was an amazing night.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you so much. It's so many. It's so nice to see you all again and talk and
Yes.
you know, bring the world closer
We
together.
miss you, Cameron.
Yeah, Cameron.
Come on, you guys.
Yes, yes, I am happy to
You made it like
say-
old times again.
Yes, yes, Cameron.
Yeah,
especially for the after party with
Hey,
Cameron.
but you know
Ariel.
what, guys, the best of friends, you don't even have to see regular. All of a sudden, you connect instantly, right? Like I find that we can just pick up where we left off. So I'm not missing. We're not missing anything, you guys. We're gonna. I'm always watching the live shows, and I want to join, but you know, sometimes, but I you know, time won't allow it. But guess what? It just makes the time like this even better. So thank you. It's really nice.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great.
For me, it's the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Thanks a lot. Hey, so okay, so I guess we're Scott. What do you think?
Yes,
we're
it's
good tonight,
getting time to wrap it up, folks. You know, I wish I had like a song I could sing at the end.
Yeah.
But when we get together, we'll do that with some beers and stuff.
Next
I'll
week,
have to have the Nico drum solo, you know, as part of
yeah,
the
yes. We need to finish the year with something special.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yes.
Hey, actually, you know what? You know what, guys? A year, almost a year. Well, I guess the 20th. When was the Saturn conjunction, Jupiter-Saturn conjunction?
The 21st, the 21st.
So, you know, that was the major milestone, I think, for this whole webcast. I want to emphasize again, this is actually where I got tuned into the Global Star Party, and Scott and César, all you guys, and I think that was a very big event, and you've just taken it to the next level this whole year. So it's really worth celebrating.
The people on this Global Star Party, the contributors, just, I mean, and you're included in this, Cameron, have done remarkable things for the audience, and for me, I mean, just personally, just experiencing all this stuff. You know, it's like this variety of all this, you know, this spectrum of what amateur astronomers contribute to not only our community, but the you know, the incredible astrophotography, the live views, the tips, the techniques, the camaraderie, all that stuff is really, it just came across as, you know, bring on the best of what the amateur astronomy community is, you know, from around the world, and to share it with this audience that we have too, that has been very loyal and has been following us the entire time. It's been great, you know.
You created the right environment for this, Scott. You just timed it right on. It's really good.
Again, I
really
just
good.
connected some wires and plugged it into the internet.
This is we're gonna look back and just
myself.
The next generation, all the new kids like Nathan, who's there, and you know, all the young generation, they're gonna be 50-year-olds at some point, and they're gonna, you know, look at Levy and the Star. I like her comment. You know, all the 50-year-olds.
I do hope that things like social media still exist at that time, so we can look back.
This is what started it, but this is propelling astronomy to the new level. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm seeing, even in national news and just news in general, there's a lot more. I think society and humanity is becoming more aware of space and exploration and all that. It's a good thing for our culture and our survival and our mental health. I think it's a very, very good thing to see. And so to be a part of that, you know, and having the next generation continue that, it's gonna evolve. I know there was some sentiments about the older star parties, not star parties, different clubs and all that, but I think this has gone to a whole new level. I mean, you know, I'm not worried about going to the planetarium, you know, on a Sunday night or something like that to meet. We can do this anytime, you know. This is awesome.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'm already thinking of the next Global Star Party, which is going to be, of course, next Tuesday. And so that is going to be on the day before the alleged launch of the James Webb Space Telescope. So it'd be
21.
Yeah, so it's something about going beyond the horizons or something like that is kind of teasing there in my mind, because that's what we'll do with James Webb. We're going to see, they think back to perhaps only 100 million years after the Big Bang, so it's mind-blowing, and the things that they might be able to infer from those earliest times of our universe, it's humanity has really come of age in all of this. So I think it will further unite people, just like the Hubble Space Telescope did, with the Hubble Deep Field, the Pillars of Creation, those iconic images, and we're just going to see a whole new canon of images and new science and stuff that's, the scientists were asked again and again, what should we expect? What are we going to see? And they're like going, you know what? We don't know, because they're going to go into the vast unknown.
Is going to be a new area of
in fact, that's what that's the theme. The vast unknown, okay, is the next theme. Okay.
Yeah.
More than ever, you're going to need AI, because we were talking about planetary imaging. Well, imagine processing all the data from James Webb. There's going to be so much data that they're going to have to find some algorithms to go through that to find all the patterns, and it's going to be a massive task and undertaking. Just analyzing that and interpreting it. It's going to be awesome though. There's going to be some quick, really cool things that we're going to learn, but there's going to be tons and tons of data that can only be processed with AI, I think, to be able to get through it fast enough.
Right. It being able to handle such huge data sets and stuff, but also too, to think about taking those giant data sets from, other sky surveys like the Iris orbiting observatory, and all the Hubble data and all this stuff, and then start combining it and harvesting, new discoveries from old data, so it is, AI is really well suited for this, and will take us to levels that, we could hardly perceive now. So,
yes, it's going to be awesome. Wow, fun times ahead. Yep.
All right.
Well, thanks a lot.
Well, guys, thank you so much. Thank you. Cameron, anytime that you can come back on, of course, you always have a VIP ticket to Global Star Party.
I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Scott. It means a lot. It means a lot.
And for those guys out there watching Global Star Party, if you want to participate, all you have to do is get in touch with either myself or with Annie or anyone in customer service and say, hey, I'd like to make a presentation. And as long as you're on topic with astronomy, we welcome you to Global Star Party so that you too can share your passion and knowledge and enthusiasm for astronomy. So, all right, gentlemen, thank you so much. And thanks again to the audience. And we'll see you tomorrow with more programming with Explore Alliance. So take care.
Keep looking up. Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, good night.
Have fun.
Thanks for sticking out. That's great.
COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective at protecting you from COVID-19, especially severe illness and death. Vaccinated people are far less likely to be hospitalized or die because of COVID-19, including the Delta variant. COVID-19 has a much harder time spreading in a vaccinated population. When more people are vaccinated, we are all better protected against COVID-19. Even if you're young and healthy, it's still important to get vaccinated. Vaccines can help end this pandemic. To get the most protection, make sure you get all recommended doses of a COVID-19 vaccine. Getting vaccinated helps protect you and others from COVID-19.